plan. If you feel trouble wild and wild on these violent and hit you 8,000. Wait a minute, hold that style is style. Damn, goddamn Billy Jack, we still riding tires flat. I hear them sirens, see shots flying, so we driving fire back. If they ain't vibing, lie with that. Got me dressed up in all black. What up? Hood up, and I see them haters try to run with us. They gon' need inhalers. Gotta breathe them hard just like Darth Vader. Players, grab your respirators. Night invaders get lightsabered. Mask on for the shooters, move like trash to bed intruder. Got that Glock and got them woofers. Just press play, I'll keep it moving. Who is not still, you damn fools? Keep it fresh like canned food. There ain't nothing we can't do, so tune into that damn kill. Yeah, it was never ever a game. I'm out.
Hello, what is going on, everyone? It is Dan here in the flesh. Man, it has been some time, or it feels like it's been an eternity, and we are here today, and I'm doing a very special stream in the events that, well, not in the event, but in the way that I actually haven't done anything like this for the channel. In fact, okay, we're doing this stream in a different format. Obviously, this is a channel update stream, and I looked. The last time I did a channel update was back in 2012. I used to do them very frequently, just, you know, what plans I had for the channel, like, you know, if there was new videos or if there was events going on. But eventually I felt like the channel update became like a broad idea for all of the various separate series that ended up going into. So that was kind of what my plan was at the time. So that, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, essentially the need for a channel update was kind of irrelevant at this point because they became their own series. Each of the things I talked about became their own series. One of the things that lasted the longest was, of course, the game updates, and I only nixed those from rotation, I want to say a couple of years ago. I'm pretty sure that those were definitely the longest. Anyway, so no, I am not on location in Cancun. I just ripped an image because that's kind of the theme here. That's where I ended up going with the fam for vacation for the last week. So yeah, I figured instead, the reason we're doing this now, just to give you guys an idea, the reason we're doing this now is because, well, I kind of felt like, you know, people are going to be asking me a lot of questions, you know, about the trip and about obviously a few things. And I figured it would make the most sense to, instead of do a gameplay stream where I'm trying to think of everything to talk about or answer questions or whatever the case is, let's just do a dedicated stream to talking about it, you know, whether it be the trip itself or some new things or some things I actually want to do on the channel. Like I said, I've got some ideas for games and things that I want to share with you guys. I feel like it's a great way, because there was a gap, you know. It's actually been longer than 7 days, obviously, since I've streamed. It's been 13, I think. 13, maybe. It's been almost 2 weeks. I checked. The last stream was technically on, like, I finished on like a Wednesday, I think. And yeah, so like I have like a ton of stuff I want to talk about, and I figured it'd make the most sense to do so, you know, in this stream. And then tomorrow we'll go back to some gameplay, and we'll really get things going. Because as of tomorrow I'm not really playing catch up, but we're doing some things that, you know, I wanted to do anyway, if that makes sense. Like some stuff that while I was gone, you know, like there was a lot of content that released while I was away. Not a lot, I shouldn't say that, but there was a game that actually came out literally 2 weeks ago as of today, called The Mute House. And for those that don't know what The Mute House is, essentially it's like a Resident Evil inspired game. So it's got fixed cameras and things like that. It's not an insanely long game. If you're on the fast end of things, you can beat it in 2 hours. If you're on the slow end of things, you can beat it in like 4.5. So you can kind of get the idea. And that was a game I saw, and I put it on my Steam, list whatchamacallit, like ages ago. And I remember it came out, I'm like, oh, it comes out the same day that Early Access came out for Sniper Elite. So I'm like, I'm going to focus on Sniper Elite, and then we'll just play it whenever, you know what I mean? So anyway, before we get into everything, I'm going to go ahead and say my hellos, address the chat, and yeah, we will get into all the topics. So obviously, before we do that, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I know I took a couple extra days there. I actually came back on the when was it? I came back on the Thursday, late on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday the 6th. And we got in at like 11 something p.m. I think, and then we ended up getting home like at like 12:30 a.m. So it was yeah, it was late. So that was kind of the thing. I'm like, there's no way I'm streaming Friday. There's no way. I just too exhausted, too much going on. So I figured I'd just take the whole weekend, and then I needed a Monday as well. So I needed yesterday as well. But even now, like I woke up like in the deepest of slumbers. You know what I mean? You're like, bro, I need like another 2 hours at least. But it's enough waiting. Got to get back into it. The body thinks that it's still on vacation. Well, it's not. It's time to get the grind on. Anyway, so obviously, Alan, thank you for being a member for the last 46 months. And I see it, Darren, as well. Thank you for being a member for the last 37 months. Appreciate the both of you as you hit your milestones there. I know a lot of members, a lot of people. That's the thing I hate about going on vacation is people will like get a membership and I don't feel like they get a full membership experience because, you know, they're doing whatever, you know, like I'm not there for some of it. So if you pay for a month and you only get me for 3 weeks or 2 weeks, I feel really shitty about that. So my apologies. And I know that's always something I think about. It's like, man, now everyone's tagging in their membership. They've like been waiting to use these for a while. So anyway, Lem, 19 months, appreciate it. And Tim, 27 months, appreciate it. Much love to you guys. Anyway, let's go right back up to the top before we get crazy here. And then Carlos hits his 26. Thank you so much, bro. What's up? All right, let's go through chat quick. We'll say our hellos, and then we will get into it. Maybe, unless we keep getting pinged. We'll see. All right, let's go. All right, what's up, Fox, man? How you doing? Hey, Juan, Javel, Judd. Sup, Lan. What up, Tim, of course. Sup, Mickey, Deontay, how's it going? Let's see. Who else? Jay, what's good? Kitty, hello. Hey, Adam. Hey, Nick. And there's Foxy, of course, for his 16 months. Thank you, bro. Much love to you as always. Let's see. Abdul, what's up? Pretty, what's going on? Carlos, of course, got you already with the thing. I got a few people already. That's okay. I'll just do it again. Keep my brain intact. What's up, Molly? How you doing? What's up, Min? Let's see. Eileen, hello. 59ers, I should say. What's up? Play Bully Scholarship Edition. You must have missed it because I 100%ed the game. Yes, unless it's that thing. It's like one of those things like you can play it so many times and they keep telling you. It's the same kind of concept. It's like, Dan, I want you to stream 14 years straight. No breaks. 25 hours a day. 17,000 hours a week. Okay? And I will give you, for that, a whole nickel. Thanks, how generous. Anyway, I'm just joking. All right, what's up, Trey? Hey, Riley. Annie, how's it going? Welcome. What's up, Flash? Hey, Wolf. Anthony, what's good, bud? Hey, Mike. Michael. I should specify there's multiple mics. All right, what's up, Teresa? Luke, what's going on? Mark, hello. Yeah, State of Play. Yeah, I haven't watched a State of Play in a while. I usually just catch what they announce because they're only like an hour or so, maybe like an hour and a half tops. So I just catch whatever. And plus, I think Sony's kind of in. I mean, their State of Play was like the whole thing was like what over the weekend. Was it Sunday or Saturday? No, I think it was I don't remember when it was, but like in the evening of either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I don't remember which one. I want to say it was Friday, maybe Saturday. Who fucking knows? Anyway, it's like PSN went down for an insane amount of time, and apparently the way they're like welcoming people back or whatever is getting people back into it is if you are currently a PlayStation Plus member, they're giving you 5 extra days on top of your subscription. So if you have a subscription to PlayStation Plus, they're extending it by 5 days for the outage. But if you don't have PlayStation Plus, you're not getting anything, which is interesting because you still didn't have access to it. But I kind of get their logic there, because if you're not a PlayStation Plus member, Like, you can't access the online anyway. But there's certain games that are online service. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's interesting. I don't know. It is what it is. Anywho, let's move on. What's up, Shaquille? Eric, what's up? Hey, Werner. Repulse, what's going on? What's up, Javel? A lot of folks coming in here. I'm slowly catching up. What's up, Sean? Luke, what up? Cabin design horror game. Do you mean like you design a cabin in the horror game? Or it's based around being in a cabin? Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's see. Nolan, I have no idea who that is. Ken, what's up? Hopefully I said that correctly. How you doing? What's up, CJ? Let's see. I think we're finally catching up here now. I say that and then I'm not. Whoa, hello. Sorry, one sec. Yeesh. Okay, I'm not going to address that one. I'm not touching that with the temperature pull. What up, James? Hey, T-Roy. Volber, what's up, bud? Hey, Steve. Ezzy, what's up, man? Good to see you. All good, all good. Oh, you're good. Oh, no worries. Thanks for letting me know, man. Actually, Paranormal, I've been repping it short for a while now. I've actually been really much preferring this length. Actually, I gotta get this cleaned up. These are a little. It's growing in. I shaved twice. Once. I shaved before I left, and then like 3 days into the trip, I shaved again. So it's, or 4 days in or something. I can't remember. So it's coming through again. Trust me, it's so much. I think I look way better. I think when you have a huge beard, like I look so much younger when I trim it short. Like, and it's just like, man, I am, because I had someone. What game was I playing like a few weeks ago, or I should say a few. Oh Jesus, Homeboy there was a person in chat trying to figure out what game it was that I was playing, and nobody wants to die. That's it. I was playing that game, and I had a viewer who was a younger viewer, maybe like 18 or 19, and he's just like, well, I thought you were, wait, Dan, this was when I was still 33, but Dan's like, he's like, Dan, wait, Dan's 33? I thought he was at least 43. I was like, what? Like, okay, I'll admit, I don't look as young as I used to, but do you even know what a 43-year-old person looks like? You know where it is? You know where you can tell? Here, I got the old credit card swipers right up here. You know what I mean? You put the, I got 3 of those. I get that for my dad. My dad's forehead looks exactly the same, except it's like, see, this is me resting. You can see them now. See? Okay, hold on. You can still see them very slightly. I never had that before. When I was a kid and I was younger, my teenage years, 20s, whatever, like they'd only do that when I did this. They weren't there. But my dad, like I said, my dad has them full time. So like you could stand here and he's got this the whole time. Like his resting face is like this. And I'm going to get that too. I know it. Like it's there. It's already there, bro. It's coming. It's coming in. There. And these guys, the crow's feet. Like watch when I smile. See that? Yeah, that's it. Right there. These are the 2 signs that I'm in my 30s right there. But here down, it's like, it's perfect. You know what I mean? Anyway, I digress. I love how that stemmed from having a short beard. It's fun being an ADHD brain, isn't it? Anyway, let's see. Who else is in here? What's up, Swift? Holy hell. Please send me a PS Plus membership. No, that's not how that works, fam. It's like, I'm gonna pay you. You pay me. That's what you're here for, to pay me. I'm just joking. Anywho's. Damn it, I keep getting sidetracked. Where the hell am I? Where the hell am I? Yeah, no, 5 days is really nothing. Okay. Oh, the guy... the guy in the dinghy? Just become my own Jaws. Anyways, sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I can't help it. It's so easy. All right, what's up, guys? Yeah, it's funny because Fox has been here for just. Oh, I got something on here. Anyway, Fox has been like in chat for just a few moments, and he's had to time out so many people. It's like they haven't because I've been gone for like 12 days or whatever. all the people who are like normally used to attention seeking in my chat have had to wait 12 days, which is just an insane amount of time. So now they're like here and they're like, ah! You know what I mean? Like it's you get what I'm talking about. Am I excited for 2K25? Yeah. No, I am. I am looking forward to it. I always like playing WWE 2K for the channel. March is looking good. There's gonna be a lot. Like I'm gonna have a lot to do. So that's what I'm excited for. Because January, February has been absolute slow as fuck. You know what I mean? So hopefully we have some good shit. Anyway, this is still my intro, by the way. I'm still saying hello to everybody. So I was like, do I think I have enough time to make this a long stream? Yes, I will. Anyways, let's see, where are we at? Did I get you Swift? I think I did. Either not. Either way, welcome back. What's up? Hey, Eric. Even though I'm the one that's back. Let's see. Trev, what's up? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to catch. I somehow lost my place. Like I said, I can't explain it, but if you're here, like, so basically what the chat does is I scroll through it individually, right? Like to read it and say hello and all that. And if you scroll up and you take too long, the chat's still going while I'm scrolled up, but it doesn't move, right? So I can read it. So I can scroll. I'm near like up near the middle now, or not the middle, 3/4 down, I guess. And the thing is, as you start scrolling down a little closer, it'll think that you want to go right to the bottom. So there's still a huge chunk that you missed. It'll just skip to the bottom. So it'll like literally refresh the stream and bring you right back up to the live chat, if that makes sense. So essentially, I have to scroll back up and find my place. The only way around is if I actually click the scroll bar on the side. That's the only way. So anyway. But when you lose your place, it's like, where was I, you know? That's why I say that. When I say it jumps, that's what I mean. Some people are like, yeah, we know, Dan. You've explained it 40 million times. It's true. It's true. Anywho. Let's see. Where was I? Kills, what's up? There we go. Tom at 23 months. Bro, you are almost at your yellow diamond, right? Yellow's before pink? You think I'd know. It's my channel. Thank you for your support, bro. You're almost there. 2 years. Getting there. That's a big milestone. That used to be the diamond. Just keep that in mind. Diamond used to be 2 years, but I moved it to 1. And then yellow diamond. Or as some people like to call it, piss diamond. Because apparently it looks like piss. Thanks. Ruining a good thing. What's up, Ignite? How you doing? Excuse me. I mean, everyone wants to say what's up. I appreciate you guys. Really. Thank you. Oh, Seago, it is the wild fucking West, bro. I'm sure you can totally understand that. You're 100% right. It's wild. The shit I see and the shit the mods deal with is wild. Sometimes I don't even see it. I used to keep my chat on live chat until I realized that was just a bad idea. So I kept keeping it on top chat now. So YouTube will identify certain hateful comments or just stupid spammy comments or whatever, and it just will put it in there. It might not necessarily time anything out, but if the mods want to mod, like fully mod, you have to set it to live chat. Anyway, what's up, Javel? But no, I did not say shave. No, I've never shaved. And it's funny because I've literally been rocking this length. We're back to the beard on it. See, that's how it works. I've been rocking this style for months now. I think I decided to go this short like at my way before my wedding last year. I had actually practiced this length. So I think I've been keeping it this length for, I want to say, since maybe May or June of last year. But you don't notice because I'm usually just a little like one of these. You know, I'm just a little thing in the corner. But yeah, so there you have it. But no, I have not, like, I've always had facial hair on. I haven't shaved fully in years. Anyways, let's see. Dennis, what's up? You got me a game as. Is that a surprise? Make a fine addition to my collection. Okay, if there's a game that I mention and it's not Star Warsy and I still talk about it, I probably don't have it. Is that what you were doing? Is that why? That's what you got? You got something else on top of the cop? Dude, you're too generous to me. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Save the whales or something, bro. I'm not worth it. I'm just joking. I appreciate that though, man. That's awesome if that's the case. I am excited to see what that might be. Oh, and as I'm speaking, I'm like, what's all these pings? I'm trying to talk. I'm like, it's so rude. I'm trying to talk. And meanwhile, Tom's gifting 10 membies. There you go. Thank you, Tom. Already off to a bang. Much love to you guys. Actually, no, fuck all you guys. Much love to Tom. I'm just playing. I love fucking with you guys. It's good to be back. It is. It's good to be back. I've been nervous because I'm like, have I lost anything? You know, have I lost my way? And that's a big no on Jimmy. We are back, my friends. But obviously, this is a unique stream. We're not doing the usual stuff just yet. Anyway, just trying to catch up. Sorry, where was I? Again, I got lost. Let's see. Tito, what's up, man? Did it actually get a release date? MGS3 remake? Because I've been having that as a tentative release. I wasn't sure. They said it was supposed to come out this past year, but like last year, but they didn't. Killan, I know you're trolling at this point when you're asking me if I played KOTOR. People are trolling. Like, it's gotta be. There's gotta be a troll. I'm not even gonna answer that question. Oh. Anyways, sorry. Staying as well, 36 months, bro. Thank you, man. Much love to you. Appreciate it. I think we're fine. I've been trying to get into this chat for a while. It's been 20 minutes. This is the longest intro I've ever done. It's because people are asking questions and then I get distracted. You know how it is. That's kind of what this is about. We don't have a game to play, so I don't have to worry about it. Anyway. Okay, what up, Matt? How you doing? Yeah, I honestly don't even remember what that game would have been, Ezra. I'm sure. Yeah, have I ever seen Star Wars? Do you even know? Is your name Dan? Is that even it? Oops, I'll turn that back on. Sorry, I just didn't want it to ping out the ass. Okay, we finally caught up. Okay, 21 minutes and 40 seconds into stream. We're finally talking about. Now, here's the thing. There's a few topics I want to talk about. First, I think we'll get the routine stuff out of the way. And by routine stuff, I mean, what is the plan for gameplay and what is the story? I just wanted to kind of give you guys a couple of announcements briefly. It shouldn't take long. Pretty, thank you for 5 months. You're almost at your 6, so you're almost at the platinum. Thank you very much. And I will cover like questions as well, Q&As or something I'm going to be kind of doing as we go. Am I going to watch Four Nations? Yes, I will be. Mainly the Canada games. I probably won't watch all of them, but wherever Canada plays. So I think the first game is Thursday. No, Wednesday? Is it Wednesday and then Saturday? And then there's another one, and then whoever wins the championship. And then whoever's in the championship. Anyways, so just wanted to discuss. Obviously, tomorrow's game is going to be the Mute House. And it is a Resident Evil inspired game, like classic Resident Evil. And by that, it's fixed camera, and it's not insanely long. It's only about, I'd say, anywhere from 2 to 4 to 5 hours, depending how slow you go through it. So it really is just depending on how familiar you are with the game style and how good you are at the puzzles. But it's not a huge Resident Evil game. So just to give you guys or you know what I mean? Not Resident Evil, but you know what I mean. So that's coming out. That's what I'm going to be playing tomorrow. Thursday, I have got a early access to Avowed. It was not on my radar, but my contact at Xbox got in touch with me, and we're going to be playing Avowed on Thursday. Unfortunately, the game actually doesn't come out till the 18th, which is good because if it's the 5-day early access bundle or whatever that Xbox has given me, they actually sent me, like, I'll show you guys. Hold on, if I can reach it. Which is one of the funniest things. I'll make a post on this too, just so people can see it. But they actually sent me a physical copy of it. So this is a deluxe. This is the premium edition of Avowed. And this, like I said, this game was not on my radar at all. But I figured I'd give it a try. We have a bit of a lull, so I might as well. What's funny? This is actually the first. So okay, here's the thing. Okay. So this is the sleeve, right? And it probably looks like shit. You're like, wow, why does it look like ass like that? Why is it all torn up? Well, they taped it. They decided to tape here and here. So they taped it here and there. So essentially this tape was like wrapped like this. So you know what I mean? It goes over to here and under here. And so it basically tore up when I pulled it off. It tore up the slip cover. Obviously the slip cover, who really cares that much? This is what it is. An actual steelbook. It's actually pretty as fuck. I actually really like this. But this is interesting because this is the first steelbook. You know how they're not doing physical copies anymore? There's not even a spot for a disc. Nothing. It's literally a steelbook that holds papers. Isn't that weird? That's fucking weird to me. This is literally just an art piece to hold a map. Like, I don't want to show you guys in the event because there's shit in here. I'm gonna make like a post on it, but you get the idea. It's just kind of strange to me that you give me a steelbook and it's got no disc in it, because that's the whole point of a steelbook case. It's a case for the game. It's a game case. It's like, I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I just think that's stupid. Like, see what I mean? Like, okay, here's the thing. I've been given steelbooks, like, for a long time. If you ordered a collector's edition of, like, a console game, like PlayStation, Xbox, whatever, it would always have a disc. If you ordered a collector's edition of the PC version, they would always give you a game code instead. So you'd still get the steelbook, and it would have, like, the, you know, it would have the spot on the side where you could put the disc. You know what I mean? It's got the indentation or whatever, that shit. But the PC one would never have it. So I intentionally, whenever I would do a game unboxings, I would actually order like the PlayStation or Xbox version, even though I would get my game code, because I often would rarely get collector's editions in the mail, or sorry, from like publishers. Sometimes I did. PlayStation has given quite a few. You know, Bethesda, I think, has given me one before. I'm not sure, but you know what I mean? Like, some of them I'd like to buy, so I would actually buy them myself to unbox them and just have them for display. If I wouldn't buy every single one. If I didn't like them, I wouldn't get them. But if I liked how they looked, I would do it that way. But so yeah, like, I remember I started buying, like, the PlayStation version or whatever, even though I already had a PC copy, just so I could have a physical copy of it. But I'm used to that. But like I said, this is the first time I've ever been given a deluxe edition steelbook that doesn't even have a place to put a disc, because the disc doesn't exist at all. I don't think you can actually get a disc version of this game. If this is the Xbox version, if you go into the store and you buy, like, you know, this fucking version, the deluxe premium edition deluxe with all the extra shit in it, and it, well, it says you know, you got your Xbox and you got your Windows on it, so it works for both because it's a Play Anywhere title. So yeah, they give me a code for this, so that's Thursday. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna keep up with it. It just depends. I mean, yeah, there's a code in it. Yeah, no, there's a code in it. No, yeah, sorry, yeah, there is a code in it. It's just I'm not gonna show it to you, obviously. Yeah, so as you can see, it says on the bottom, digital game code. It's just not a steelbook, so it does have a code in it. So the game is here. It's just kind of redundant. You know what I mean? Anyway, just want to show you that. Also, one thing I wanted to discuss, while I was away, there was about 2, maybe 3 games that I had on my list that I wanted to play. And I like, whenever I get like games, like, I'm subscribed to all these different gaming lists and announcement pages and all these things that kind of show a variety of like announcements to when games are coming out, or if games are announced, or if there's any updates to games, things like that. And whenever I see something that's like, oh, this game got a release date, or blah blah blah, or this game was announced, I'll look into it and I'll be like, oh, that seems interesting. I'll see what kind of game it is, and if it's something that's something that's my style or something I'd be into, I'll add it to my like, I'll type it out on a list I have of games I might be into. So if it's like really early stages, it might not have a release date yet, but one of the best ways to do that is I'll add it to my Steam wish list or whatever. That way I know when there's updates, or if there's a release date, it actually emails me or tells me that there's a release date or whatever, or it's available, or whatever the case is. And there's a bunch of horror games, indie horror games that that got announced, or released rather, Jesus, that I had saved to my my wish list that had come out while I was away. And all of those games, I was like, you know what, they're indie horror games, they're probably not gonna be that expensive, and therefore they're probably not gonna be that long. There's no real point in me doing a 1-hour stream. You know what I mean? Like, I think a 1-hour stream is kind of redundant. You know, it's just like, my videos used to be like 30 to an hour to sometimes 2 hours long, depending on the circumstance. But for a stream, it's kind of different, because streams require a slow buildup of people joining. You know, you have to maintain that energy, and then you bring it back down eventually when you leave. But with a video, it's like, it's completely different. You can literally just do your thing, record it. It makes sense. It's for people who, you don't engage immediately with the audience, so it's a little bit different, so it makes sense. But a stream, an hour is not enough. So therefore, what I decided to do is literally all these games, there was, like I said, 2 or 3 of them, I'm not sure exactly how many, 2 or 3 of them had come out while I was away, and they were all like an hour and a half tops. Like, I'm talking, you could beat this shit in like 30-45 minutes maybe. So it's been a few months. Actually, it's been quite a few months. I don't remember when I last did it, but I want to do another episode of Short Scares. So if you guys were around last year, I did a stream called Short Scares where I basically played, I think, about 7 indie horror games, and they were all short. That was the point, was instead of doing one, you know, a bunch of little game, or sorry, instead of doing one stream for one 30-minute stream or an hour stream or an hour and a half stream for a shorter game, I just compiled a bunch of games and I just played a bunch of them. So it made a lot of sense. So I was thinking I want to do an episode 2 for Short Scares because I have a list. Like I said, I've been actually keeping tabs in my what do you call it? Sorry, in my list. So like my games to play list, you know, it's basically what I call it. And I literally have them separated by full-length games, and I have the short games. And there's a bunch of them there, and I have an idea of how long each, and I literally write down how long each one is. So there's a few of them that are really short, like some of them are like 30 minutes, and literally, so I have a big list here of all these games that are like an hour long. So if I were to play like 6 of these things, I'd have like a 7-hour stream, which is money. So I would like to do that in the coming months. Now, here's the thing. I don't know exactly when I want to do it. I know I need to do it fairly soon because I know that we're going to have a lot of games. So I'm thinking it's going to be done in February. I don't know if it's going to be this month. Or sorry, I'm not sure. It's not going to be this week. It might not be next week. It depends. Because next week we have, what's it called? Sorry. A new game coming out on the 18th as well, aside from Avowed. Bloom. What's it called? Bloom? Oh, yeah, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. It's the next game from Don't Nod. So it's another Don't Nod game. It's episodic. There's 2 episodes, I believe. There's a part 1 and a part 2. And the first part releases on the 18th. The second part releases, I believe, on April 15th or 16th, somewhere in there. So there's that. So I want to prioritize that. So that maybe in between Avowed, after the first, they call it tapes. So it's tape 1 and 2. First tape is called Bloom. Second tape is called Rage. Duh. So, I think after that, so maybe like 19th, 20th, somewhere in there, I'll do the Short Scares. So that's the plan. Anyway, that is kind of what we're focusing on for now, I think. Nothing really else to really mention other than a bunch of games got announced for March. You know, a lot of sports games, MLB The Show, WWE 2K, you know, stuff like that. March is starting to fill up, and March should have a pretty solid. There's a couple horror games in there as well. So I'm looking forward to March. March is going to be a pretty jam-packed month because, like I said, January and February was pretty short. Well, there wasn't anything in it. You know, it was like I had to figure out what to play half the time. I mean, we played Bully, and that was fucking fun. I love that game, and it was nice to jump back to it. So, anyways, sorry, I just realized in my babbling, I did miss John. What's up, John? Thank you so much for, well, it's a 1 month. I see you still have the old account, which is a shame. I don't know if you're ever going to get that one back. I hope you do, because you were over a year, I think, on that other one, or you were close to it. You were like 11 months or something, I thought. Maybe 13 months. I don't know. But either way, good to see you, man. Let's see. Anybody else jump in while I was talking? Cinescore, what's up? Oh, thank you very much. You'd love to collab. Interesting. Well, hit me up in the DMs and we'll discuss that. That sounds interesting. Curious to know what you think of what your ideas are for that. Anyway, let's see who else here. What up, Tyler? Yes. Assassin's Creed Shadow in March. Yes. Honestly, I'm not really looking forward to that. If I'm 100% honest, I think Assassin's Creed is going to be... It's like do or die, I think, for Ubisoft at this stage. I think that game's really gotta work it. Oh, I did see that too, Fox. That's the, what do you call it? That is the Hawaiian one, right? Something Hawaii? Something Island Hawaii? I can't remember what it's called, but it's Yakuza. Something like that. I mean, honestly, at this point, I think I should really start getting into Yakuza. Because there's so many and people just love that shit. And people have been telling me I should play it for a while. Anyway. Shahid, what's up, buddy? 53 months at the membership. Thank you so very much. A lot of people are getting very close to the Red Diamond. Who's excited for Red Diamond? That is a 5-year badge, by the way. That is 5 years. 60 months. 60? Is my math right? Yes, 60 months. That's a fucking crazy one. So, anyways. Who else says? I saw someone else. Subcost. Zach. Sims just had... Honestly, you know what? I've been wanting to play The Sims again. But the thing is, I just know EA and their cheese. And the thing is, whenever they release a new Sims game, they remove every feature that was in the previous game, and then they resell it as expansion. So, you know what I mean? It's really kind of balls. You're better off playing like the Sims 3. I think Sims 3 was probably one of the most complete games. Sims 2 is where all my best memories lie, because I played the fuck out of the Sims 2. Holy hell. It was probably my most played game of that era. 100%. Anyway, Luke, thank you for 3 months of the membership. No, I did not. I guess that should be our next topic, shall we? Talking about the trip. I think that's fair. All right. Well, anyways, let's discuss it. Okay? Let's discuss the trip, because there's a lot to discuss. Did I hear Forza's coming to... Yes, I did. Forza is coming to PlayStation. A lot of Xbox exclusive are coming to PlayStation. They're releasing the doors, which is nuts. Probably a good thing, though. I think console exclusives, while they make sense, I think opening it to a wider audience makes more sense. And if you want a time exclusive that's your prerogative. I think that's a good idea. Anyways, so where did I go? What did I do? So we went to Cancun in Mexico. We went to a all-inclusive resort, and it was called the Grand Oasis. So Grand Oasis Cancun, if you want to look that up and get an idea of what it looks like, that's the one for you. That's what you do. Where was it a... well, okay. It's an interesting thing. I've been to... This is my second all-inclusive. Not my second time in Mexico. I've been to Mexico for a long... Like, many, many times. I've been there multiple times. Red, thank you for being a member for the last 55 months. Stanley Parable. That's a game that I've been honestly wanting to play, to be honest with you. But it's just... I just haven't had the moment. Anywho. So yeah, I've been to Mexico many, many times, but it was only the second time in an all-inclusive. My family was never an all-inclusive family. We were a cruise family. So I'd been on, I think in my lifetime, probably been on about 4 or 5. I think maybe 5 cruises. And I want to say 3 of them had stops in Mexico. I think. Maybe it was 4. No, I think it was 4, and 2 of them were Mexican cruises, and then 2 of them were Caribbean. No, it was 5, because I remember, or was one of them, I remember we went to East Caribbean and West Caribbean, and we went to West Caribbean again at the latest one. So it was like East and West Caribbean. It was West Caribbean first, then East, then Mexico, then back. So maybe it was 4 or 5. I don't know, it doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? Anyways, so I've been to Mexico and like stops along the way, and I saw a lot of cities, a lot of different ports, things like that, but... Like I said, my family was never an all-inclusive resort family. However, my wife's family was and is. So they've been going all-inclusives for years. So my first all-inclusive was 2 years ago. We went to Mexico as well. But we went to Puerto Vallarta. I've been to Puerto Vallarta many times. Many times. But again, the whole... like, you know, all-inclusive resort thing was new to me at that time, and I had a great time. There was some negative elements of it, but overall it was a fantastic experience, and I highly recommend it to you know, to people to give it a try. So this year we decided to go to Cancun, which is more eastern than Puerto Vallarta. So Puerto Vallarta is more Pacific-y and Pacific Ocean, and then Cancun is more like Atlantic-y. You know, they're like just off the Gulf of Mexico, or as the Americans now have to call it, the Gulf of America. So stupid. Anyway, it's more on the Caribbean-esque. So you got the white sand beaches, you got the clear waters. It's a lot nice. It's a lot, like, honestly, it feels more Caribbean in nature. And some might say it's more of a party destination. So you got a lot more spring breakers that go down there and things like that. So I was like, you know what? I've been to Cancun before. I've been to Cozumel. Those are all the eastern kind of locations, and they're absolutely stunning. Some of the best snorkeling I've ever done was in, I believe it was Cozumel, and it was one of our cruise stops. I think it was, I wanted to say it was Cancun, but I think it was Cozumel. And I remember literally when I was a kid, I remember it was like my first cruise. I was 12 years old, and we docked at this place in Cozumel, and right off the dock there was a private dude just doing a snorkel rental on the beach in the dock, and there was a pier it was a T pier, so it was a very long pier that branched out into a big T, you know what I mean? And the snorkeling was right off the beach, and you were maybe about 20 feet or so from the dock. So there was literally, imagine being thrown into a fish tank, okay? Imagine being thrown in a fish tank and swimming with the most tropical fish you've ever seen in your life all around you. Like, I'm talking under here, up here. I was in the water, like, I don't know, maybe for 4 hours. Maybe not 4, 3 hours. I'm not kidding. I was snorkeling for like 3 fucking hours. It was one of the coolest things I'd ever experienced. But that was when I was 12 years old. And that was, so I knew this area was good. So at this kind of area, I was like, okay, this is going to be nice. If we snorkel, it's going to be sweet. So anyways, so this place was, let's see, we got there. I think the flight was delayed a little bit. I think it was delayed by an hour, but we eventually got there at a decent time. Last time we went to, 2 years ago, we went to the first place. Our flight was delayed 5 hours. It was supposed to leave, I think, at noon. No, like 11 or 10 or something like that. And it ended up leaving at like 3 o'clock. Yeah, so I think it was like supposed to leave at 10 a.m. and it left at 3. And so we were supposed to get to the resort at like 4 or 5, I think. Something like that, local time. And we ended up getting there at like, we got to the resort at, I don't know, I want to say 1 a.m. Something stupid. And the only place that was open was like the sports bar that they had. And the only food they had available at the time was, because basically on the beach and, you know, all around, like you can go get a burger and a fries if you want. It's kind of like day shack food, if that makes sense. That's all they had, was all that thrown in a fridge. And we had to all nuke it in the microwave. But that sucked. And that was because the plane was having engine trouble. Unfortunately, this year that didn't happen. It was just a staffing issue. So they were only delayed about an hour. And we were on our way within a reasonable amount of time. So they just didn't have enough staff to like work the grounds. And like, I think it was like a airline crew. So we had to wait for the crew from another flight to land and then switch. And that's why it took so long, is because they left late because of their short staffing in the destination they were coming from. So it took them forever to, so they were supposed to be our team anyway. They just arrived late. So anyway, we still got there at a decent time. I think we got there around dinner. And we got there when it was dark though. And I have to say, when we landed, we were all excited and everything like that. And we got to where we needed to, because we booked through a company called Sunwing. I'm sure some people know what Sunwing is. It's basically like a package thing. They have their own airline, but like essentially they sell the values in the package. So essentially you buy the hotel through them, or whatever it is you're doing. You buy the flights, you buy like they provide accommodation, or not accommodation, they provide travel like to and from your resorts and all that stuff. So it kind of makes sense in the long run. And we compared it to like buying flights individually, like through a different airline, and just booking through the hotel and getting transport ourselves. It just didn't make sense. For the convenience and the price difference, it really wasn't worth doing it individually, so we just bulked it up. But obviously we went with Sunwing 2 years ago as well, and they're the ones who fucked up. So it was kind of like, well, we'll try it again, see if it was a one-time thing. And it more or less was a one-time thing. Overall, I can't really complain that much. So anyways, so we get to the resort. It's dark. We actually, so just to give you guys an idea, I went with, so my wife, kid, my sister-in-law and her boyfriend, and we were kind of going as like a joint family vacation to celebrate sister-in-law boyfriend's 30th birthday. So he was turning 30, and so it's like, okay, we'll just like, we'll have our vacation, but we'll join you for stuff, kind of thing, you know. And so anyway, we got there and it was dark, and we kind of understood the idea behind this resort, but let me tell you, it was probably like the most confusing thing you'll ever see. Like, so this place was called, like I said, Grand Oasis. And I'm talking within the last few weeks. This was a new change. It was unbeknownst to us because we had booked like months ago. So just to give you guys an idea. So unfortunately, the trip had, I want to say, unfortunately, more negatives than positives. But I don't want to complain about it. But I do want to talk about them so you guys can get an idea of what to look for if you're going to do something similar, or what not to, you know. So this place was, when we looked at it, it had got some good reviews. Some people were complaining about stuff, but more or less everything was good. You know what I mean? Everything was solid. But as it turns out, this place it boasted, I think, shit, how many restaurants? Like 30 restaurants or something like that. And I think well, God, how do I even explain this? Okay, so this resort was fucking big. Okay, it was massive. It was a huge resort. And it was essentially think of it like almost like condominiums setups. So essentially you have this thing that's shaped like a pyramid in the center, right? That's like the main hub. That's where you sign in. And then there's like different districts. So there's like a corner. There's a northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest corner. And there's all like, they're basically building numbers, and they all have their own, it's almost like a hotel in each section. So they're like, each building has its own concierge, and everything is just like all over the place. And then they're surrounding, they're like basically on the outskirts, and the inside is like the pools, the restaurants, all the stuff, right? So you kind of come into the middle. Now I'm talking this, we didn't know this because we probably would have been booked with them. But within the last few weeks to us getting there, we noticed there were a lot more negative reviews. And I think what had happened, we discovered, so they had said, oh, there's like 30 or whatever restaurants. They had added, so stuff that was, okay, you pay, you pay for the all-inclusive and you get access to all this stuff. What they had done with, we don't know exactly when it happened or what, they had added an extra tier that they called the pyramid. So it was like we all had blue wristbands, and this was like the highest spec, and it was available, but we didn't know what it was. So like when we booked it, we had the option of it, but we weren't sure what it was, because when we initially looked at it, there was no information on this. But when we were researching it like months and months ago, we saw that it had like all these different things, and then when we finally booked it, we're like, okay, we're gonna go with that. There was an option to get the pyramid. We weren't sure what that was, and it wasn't very clear what it was, so we just went with the regular one. So what had happened, you could see this because when they have maps all over the place. So the pyramid is like an extra tier that you pay for, and it gives you access to more shit on the resort that originally was available to everybody. Does that make sense? So essentially, like if you, like, I remember they have maps all over the place, right? And it shows you the whole area, and then it's got little blue dots all over the place, right? And it'll say this blue dot is number 24, this is this restaurant, this is number 25, this is this pool, whatever the case is. And then you could see that they had taken a black dot, which is the black tier, and then they had put it over top of a handful of the old stuff. And the most convenient and the most nice looking restaurants and the nicest places were completely like inaccessible to us. So essentially you had a place that originally was set up to be like, okay, no matter where you are in the resort, you have access to something that is, that someone would look for. So if you're in this pool, you have access to this bar, you have access to this restaurant, you have access to this beach area, whatever the case might be. Now, because they removed that, they basically made it so the people who were in the pyramid, who had literally the easiest shit, like literally could access anything, and they had that experience. If you weren't in that pyramid class, so for example, there was technically, I think there was about 3, maybe 4 pools, I'm not sure, but they were all really, really long and snake-like, you know what I mean? So they kind of went all the way through it, but then there was a separation by like a bridge or something like that, and you'd have to get out and go around. So essentially you'd have to figure out which pool you wanted to hang out near, depending on what vibes you're at, because one had a stage next to it, one was more excluded by, like, there was like a hammock area where you could chill out, and there was another one that was more central that was kind of by like all the eats and stuff. So it really just depended on what you were at. We discovered though, we tried each pool, and one of the pools in the middle and the thing is, the annoying thing is people will literally take their towels, right? And you have to get up early and literally just plop a towel onto like one of the lounge chairs to claim it, because they're gone by like 8 a.m. or like 9 a.m. They're all taken. So you have to do it. Otherwise you're sitting there with a thumb up your ass and you have no place to sit by the pool. So fortunately, sister-in-law's boyfriend, he normally gets up early, so he would literally get up early and just go and claim a table, or sorry, claim seats with his towel. We just realized like everyone's fucking doing it, so we're gonna have to do it too if we want to actually enjoy our vacation here. So unfortunately we had to resort to that, and we would just take off, or we wouldn't use it right away. I mean, once we figured out a system, it was cool that way. But the annoying thing is, like I said, when we were in that middle pool, there was a bar right next to the pool, but it was a pyramid bar. So we were looking at this, and I'm like, so in order for me to go to like get drinks from a bar, I have to go to the third pool on the end. So I could either go to the east, so the pool's in the middle, let's just say there's 3 pools, okay? There's one on the east side, the right side, one on the west side, and there's one in the central. Say we were in the central pool like we were in one day, The bar right here, that used to be accessible to everybody. Now it's pyramid, so you can't use it. So I'd have to go all the way to the east side. There's like a food court with a bar in it, or there was another just bar by that pool, and it was like that was where we found all the drunks were, like the people who like were just really embarrassing to be around and annoying and obnoxious. That's where they hung out. So we like never went over there. So you need to have to go walk all the way down there, and it's not small. It's, keep in mind, it's a big resort. It's huge. So if you wanted to get this drink, you'd have to walk all the way down there, right? Or you can walk to a little bit closer one on the west side, which is the pool we hung out by the most for sure. And they have a swim up bar in the water, and then they had a bar just outside the water, and that was accessible to everybody. So we found that was the best place to go, because I didn't mind getting out of the pool to get a drink from the out bar. But the thing is, they only made the slushy drinks in the swim up bar. So if you wanted a slushy drink, you'd have to go to the swim up bar, wait in line there. But the upside is if you wanted to get absolutely hammered, you'd go to the other bars, because they're probably about 75% alcohol, these drinks. And they're very, you know how like when you go to like a club or something and they chintz out, they give you like just a little bit of like, that's their booze pour, like whoop. You know what I mean? That's not their booze pour. That's their mix pour. So when they're pouring booze, they're just like, and then they do like that with the syrup or whatever. They're just like, and then they're done. They mix it up and they send it to you. And they're like, bro, that is like just tequila. That's all that is. So it had its perks. But anyways, so when we stayed in that middle pool, imagine having to like get up. Literally, I'm not saying like it's like I can't walk it. Like I'm not lazy. But like, it's inconvenient when you're like, hey, I'm doing a drinks run. Who wants something? You get out of the pool, you throw your sandies on, you grab a towel, dry off, and you walk. Like I'm talking, it's probably about 5 minutes each way, probably 5, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you think a 10-minute drink run, when it should be like, hey, I'll have one, walk back, have one, walk back. It's like, imagine, okay. And the thing is, it's not just straight. Like I said, it's a big snake thing with bridges and all this shit. So we had to like literally, I had to get out. I got out. I crossed a bridge to go to this southern side, because if you didn't, you have to go all the way around this way, behind through this foliage and other shit, which goes by all these other restaurants and things. I found it was faster to go across the bridge, go on the other side of the pool, and then come back. And so I go all the way there. I go 4. And imagine trying to walk all the way back with 4 drinks to the top, and you have to walk the complete opposite direction over the hills, through the woods, to grandmother's house we fucking go, and over the bridge. You know what I mean? Like, it was a long trek. So the fact that but the thing is, if they didn't like cheap out and like remove all this other shit, we would have been able to just go, oh, I'm walking like 10 to 20 feet away to go to this bar and bring it right back. Like, but they completely removed it. So we discovered that it was a lot of smoke and mirrors. You know what I mean? Like they made it seem like we had access to all this shit. And they're like, oh, look at all these restaurants. And they really didn't. They took away so much stuff. And they just rebranded it. So for example, there was like I said, the pyramid is the central hub. That is literally where you check in and where you do all this stuff. And you go there and you think, oh, this is where I'm going to access all my stuff. So if I need to talk to the concierge, this is where I go. No. The middle, the pyramid, is basically just a section to check in when you first get there, and to access all the restaurants and like places you can't go to because you're not pyramid. So there was like a ton of high-end like restaurants that looked really posh, and I'm like, oh, that looks fantastic, but they removed it, so we couldn't even access half the shit. You know what I mean? They literally, okay, just to differentiate, they had coffee places, right? So you could go to you can go to like a Starbucks like place. It was their own thing, and they'd make you anything you wanted, really. They had like a big menu, and we'd go there just about every day and get like an iced coffee. It was fantastic. It was funny. So the the ones that were available in the pyramid, or sorry, out of the pyramid, the place was called Coffee and You. That was the name of the place. That's what they called it. And all the ones you couldn't access unless you were in the pyramid were called Coffee and Me. Same thing. If you wanted ice cream, it was Gelato and You. But if you wanted to go to the pyramid, it was Gelato and Me. I thought that was really funny. But I actually didn't have any ice cream this entire trip, believe it or not. I actually ate really well. Like, their food was surprisingly like really well done. Like, it wasn't just like Americanized slop. It was actually pretty high quality food. Not everything was great, but overall, like, I checked. I thought, honestly, based on the amount I ate, I ate like healthy. Does that make sense? Like, I didn't eat like oh, I'm on vacation, I'm just gonna have ice cream every day. I literally ate when I was hungry and I wanted a nice full meal. I always had yogurt for breakfast. I had eggs, I got my proteins, things like that. I would always have a waffle though. I'm a sucker for a waffle, and throw some Sprinkies on those. You know, that's my thing. I love fucking waffles so much. I don't fuck the waffle. I just I just love waffle. I don't love fucking the waffles. Sorry, I misspoke there. Anyway, they're little ones. They're like only about that big. They're like you know what I mean? They're smaller than that. They're like I don't know. You get the idea. It's like about that. And I would just grab a couple of those. Absolutely delicious. So that would be my sugary treat. If I gained any weight, it was just from all the booze I drank. Like, you know, you're gonna order your fucking like pina coladas, your daiquiris, you know, your blue Hawaiians. You're ordering the shit out of those. You know what I mean? But because you're sweating so much and you were walking so much, I checked. I didn't weigh anything different when I got home. I was like, I'm curious. I put on a bunch of weight? No, I was in my fluctuation range. You know what I mean? Like, I would fluctuate from like 169 to 172, and when I weighed myself, I was 171. I was like, what the fuck? That's my fluctuation range. Look at me go. So I don't know. And I drank a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but it wasn't like enough where you were just a knob. Like, I wasn't falling over. You, like I said, you drink a lot and you're feeling good and you're having a good time. Oh my god, though, the beers they have, because it's like a, what is it? They have on tap Dos Equis, you know, 2X's, and those are basically, they're so like light that they're just so easy to drink, man. Like, literally, like I can chug like 3 of those in seconds and not even be worried about it. So usually if I were to order cerveza, I would get multiple. I'd get multiple at a time. Might as well, because you're just gonna get through it really quick. So anyway, you get the idea. So I kind of skipped over the restaurant bit, but I honestly, like I said, the food quality was surprisingly really solid. The previous place I went to 2 years ago, it was hit or miss, you know what I mean? Overall, like if you went to because they have restaurants, right? They have specific restaurants, but they also have buffets, which are open at whatever times. And there's 2 buffets, and they're on the opposite fucking ends of the resort. So if you want one, you have to go over here. You want the other, you have to go over here. And sometimes one was open, the other wasn't. So kind of annoying in that regard. But like I said, when they did have the buffets, they changed it up just about every day. There was always something you could get the same day every day, but then there were some things that was new. So they'd change up the egg or the omelet, or they'd change up the potatoes you could get, or they'd change up a chicken dish or a pork dish or a beef dish. They'd always have something of that, and then they altered it in some way. So there was always something with that in some degree. And I like I said, whenever I went there, I was impressed with the food. One restaurant I liked more than the other. They were similar, but they just weren't. I can't really explain it. One just seemed newer and just a little bit more open, more space, and more options. At least in terms of the buffet. The other restaurants, there was only one that we had to make a reservation for, which was a steakhouse, and we went there for, excuse me, sister-in-law's boyfriend's. His name's Jay. I'll just call him Jay, just so I don't have to say that every time. So we went there for Jay's birthday. You know, we had, and oh my, holy fuck, I could not believe how good that meal was. They made like this some sort of garlic mix. It was like a garlicky sauce thing, and then like you can dip it, you can pour it, whatever you want. And I remember dipping my steak in it, and I almost jizzed my pants. And you gotta understand, I'm from Alberta. We're known for our beef. Like, we literally have some of the best beef in North America, if not the best beef in North America. So I have luxurious beef, and whenever you taste a good quality beef, chances are it comes from us. There's a very good chance, especially in Canada. So anyway, absolutely phenomenal. And I was like baffled, because they always have flank steaks. Their beef is different, like their cows are corn fed and things like that, so it's just a little bit different diet, so it tastes a bit different. But I was actually shocked at how good it was. I was like, bro, this place is fucking money. Like, the only thing I was annoying, it was like little things. Like, the thing is, like, while the food was really good, there was just ounces of laziness everywhere. Does that make sense? Like, the upkeep of the place was like not there. Like, the whole meal, like the fire or the smoke detectors needed battery changing. There was 2 of them. 2 of them needed battery changing. So you got the chirp every like 20 seconds or something. So you're trying to enjoy, like, you know, this nice upscale steak dinner for Buddy's birthday, and you get the burp, burp, you know, like every 20 seconds, and there was 2 of them. So it'd be you know, for like every few seconds. It was just like, my god, can someone change the fucking batteries? And there was stuff like that kind of like throughout the place. It's all like, that'll do. Like, okay, as a lot of you guys know, I'm sure, I am very OCD. I'm a heavy germaphobe. It's actually like certain things got better as I got older. Some things got worse. And the thing is, I just know what people do. I know people are going in and they take these massive fucking shits, the shittiest shits you've ever seen, and they're mixing in, you know, all these different foods. You know, they're having pizzas, they're having wings, they're having steaks, they're having ice creams, they're having fucking Cali. What the fuck are they having? I don't know. Like all these different drinks, sugary drinks, beer, coffee, tea, chocolatey syrups, you know, everything you could think of. And they're taking these mondo fucking shits, massive shits. They're wiping, oops-a-daisy. Oh, look, I got some. Oh, well. Let's go ahead and leave that there for safekeeping. Let's go ahead and touch the handle, open the handle, and walk out. Sounds good to me. Like, are you serious? You have shit on your fingers, sir. Wash your fucking hands. Like, that shit drives me nuts. So many people, I know people do that. And I can't stand it. So me going to a bathroom, I have to have an exit strategy. It's true. Every bathroom I go to that I'm not familiar with, I always have to have an exit strategy. Some way of getting out of the place without touching handles. Okay? And I've become quite good at it. If there's none of those available, your boy needs a Sani station somewhere nearby. Anyways, so what, you know, generally what I do is I like the goat are the auto dispensing soap machines and the auto faucets. Those are the goats. And with a paper towel dispenser. Old fashioned, not one that's automatic. I mean, automatic if it's filled, whatever, but a non-automatic one, those are the goats. Because quite frankly, you don't need to touch anything. The only thing you're touching is your dick at that point. You wash, you don't touch the thing to pump it, you don't touch the handle to turn it on. It's all auto, you dry, you use that dry thing to open the handle. Some of y'all might think I'm a psycho. I know it's true, but it's just how I operate. Open the handle, throw it in the garbage, you're out, you're free. You didn't touch anything in there. You're Gucci. This place did not have any of that. So essentially, they never ever upkept the paper towel rolls. I remember there was one bathroom. Remember that area by the pool I was telling you guys about, where where we spent most of our time because there was a swim up bar and there was an outside bar. There was one bathroom in that entire fucking area. So it was okay. It wasn't filthy, but it wasn't clean either. You know what I mean? There was never any, like, I remember the first time I used it, there was no soap. There was no soap in it. And the second time I used it, and then I think for like 5 of the 7 days that we were there, the paper towel was in the thing and it was an auto dispenser, but it wasn't working. So no one can get at it. So essentially, or if it wasn't, it was one of those ones that like cuts too high and you can't, if you pull it too sharp, it like, you can't pull it down anymore. You know what I mean? So, like it was so basically fortunately the door was broken and it was one of those ones that you could just kick open. So it was a twist knob, the dirtiest knobs ever, you know, like the standard ball knobs. It was one of those to leave. Fortunately, like I said, the door wedged before it fully closed, so all you had to do was kick it open. So I was like, okay, I'm goated there, we're fine. But so but the thing is, it was a hand tap, and usually if I have a hand tap one, you have to activate manually. That's not an automatic sensor one. I like to use a paper towel after I wash to turn it off. I know my life is an ordeal. I know it's much. So yeah, that was the situation. And they just never, and the fact is they didn't take the roll out. They realized the thing was broken. They didn't take it out until like the 5th day we were there. Then we used that washroom quite often because that was like the only one we really used in that zone, because they just didn't have enough washrooms. When you really think about it, everything was in such an inconvenient place. So like I said, and if they just let people who weren't, you know, if they didn't separate it, it'd be a completely different ball game. But because they separated it, everything was inconvenient. And because, like, to get to or access, and because everything was so big, like the whole resort was massive, everywhere's a hike. Doesn't matter where you're going, to just pit, like, you know that feeling when you've drank too much and you broke the seal and you gotta piss every like 15 minutes? Imagine having to take like a 7-minute walk each way or whatever, bladder vibrating at the seams, ready to burst, you know what I mean, just to piss. Like horrible feeling. But then when you get back, you're all feeling good and you're like, let's have some more, and then you forget that's what does it, you know what I mean? It's a vicious cycle, right? So anyway, there was a lot of that. unfortunately. Very poor communication. One of the other things we didn't like was, even though that we're like, oh, no, if you're in the regular Oasis tier, which is the blue tier, you have access to 21 restaurants. I'm like, oh, that sounds pretty cool, right? So we're like, okay, let's see what restaurants we have. And we looked at the list and we're like, okay, where's this? We literally, in the first day or two, I'd say, we just went around looking for everything just so we could get our bearings. We're like, hey, where's this restaurant? Where's this restaurant? And it would be like it would show you on a map, but it was like a designed map. Like, it would show, you know, like it was like a cartoon, not cartoony, but it was like, you know, colored, and they tried to make it look as similar to the resort as possible on the map. And then they throw the little circles on there and tell you what those were. So like, there's apparently a restaurant right here, and we're looking, we're like, where the fuck is this restaurant? And we're like, we see this one, it's like, oh, this is closed, that's open at this time. Well, what the fuck's open? So we went around and we're trying to find this one restaurant that's literally right here according to this, and it's like, is it closed? It's like, no, it's open. We looked on because they had like a companion app, and the companion app would show you what was open and whatever, and it would literally, like, it was, the app was kind of shit, but it was kind of, you could tell it was new, but if it works, it'll work well. And it was one of those things, like, literally, it could be like, you can open the app on your phone and be like, I want to get to this restaurant, and it would literally GPS you to it with like a footsteps. It'll be like, take this left and stuff, and you'd follow it, and we're at the end of the trail, and like, where's this fucking restaurant? It's nowhere to be found at all. So it's like, we were so confused. Turns out the 21 restaurants, this is where they don't tell you. They're like, not technically lying, but it's a bit greasy, it's a bit shady. So the 21 restaurants aren't all at one time. So you have 21 restaurants, you don't get all 21 whenever you want. The 21 restaurants rotate. So you will have one building that's a buffet. It has, the buffet, we noticed, has like 4 or 5 rooms in it. Big rooms, like massive rooms. They all look like their own unique little restaurant. But when you're sitting down to the buffet, they will seat you in one of these rooms, or they'll seat you in the main room or whatever. And what'll happen is at different days, and different days is very important because they're not open every day. Different days and different times, this room here now becomes this restaurant, or it becomes this bar. And you could tell, okay, just to give you guys an idea, in a Mexican resort, do you know how much authentic Mexican I had in there? Like I wanted, like, you know what I mean? Those small little corn tortillas, fucking, you know what I mean? Beef chicken, whatever. Those things are fucking money. Do you know how many of those I had on the resort? None. There was not any authentic Mexican foods aside from individual shit in the buffet. Like, they had all the shit you needed to build your own, like, in the buffet. So they had like the beef, they had, you know, they had refried beans, and they had all that stuff that you would put in your taco. You know, they didn't have pico or anything like that, surprisingly, but even the guac was hard to come by, and the guac was served at breakfast, which was so weird. Like, the only time we ever saw it was in breakfast. So I wanted like authentic Mexican tacos, and do you know where I got those? In the airport, on the way home, in the Mexican airport, in Cancun airport, waiting for my flight. That's when I got that. It's like, why am I eating this in a fucking restaurant? Where is the authentic? They had a Tex-Mex one, and it was the closest thing to authentic Mexican you could get. And it was like, and by the way, because it was like in the center, and it was one of the only restaurants that was open almost every day, available to the public, it was very busy all the time. You were waiting at least an hour minimum before you'd go in, and then you get seated and you realized, oh, I remember I think I ordered like tacos on my first day, and they brought me the taco. I ordered, like, I think it was a chicken taco because I wanted something lighter, and they gave me chicken, and all that was in it was like onions, chicken and onions. There was no lettuce, there was no pico, there was no guac, nothing, no sauce. I'm like, what the fuck happened here? And they had like a salad bar. I'm like, wait, so am I supposed to build this one myself? So am I supposed to build the taco myself? Why do I even need you then? Why can't you just give me this in the area, you know, in the buffets, and I'll assemble it myself? If you're not going to give me anything unique by ordering it, and I have to get up after waiting however long to be given this, just to go up and have to reassemble everything, like, and it not even taste as good as I wanted it to. It's like, bro, this kind of sucks. So I was actually really shocked at that. So And like the whole fact, like I said, with the restaurants being like 3 different things and different timings, like we'd go there and be like, this isn't open, and this one would say it's a restaurant, and you could tell it used to be a Mexican restaurant. I'm like, I guarantee you this used to be an authentic Mexican restaurant. Look how huge it is. It has this little mini stage. It's got a big bar along the side of it. It's got all this seating. Like I'm talking like 100 tables or something, and you're telling me now that's just a bar? You wouldn't make a bar that big. It used to be a restaurant. You know it did. And I'm like, look how like everything, the decorations, the style of it, this was their authentic Mexican restaurant. They removed it. It's not anymore. Probably because, and this was the theme throughout the whole thing, was they were understaffed. There was barely anybody, well, no, there wasn't barely anybody. There's a lot of people, but the thing is, the size of this resort was so massive that they didn't have enough people for the size. And it just seemed like they were trying to cheap out, and they were also trying to accommodate for the lack of staff, and it really kind of muddied the experience in a lot of ways. And one other thing they did was, if you wanted anything done, you had to use the app. So they have an app, and you basically, anything you need, if you like, they don't change your linens every day. They'll like clean your room, and they'll make your beds and stuff like that. But if you want new shit, you got to ask for it, which is honestly fine, because I've stayed at quite a few hotels where I'm like, you know what, I've only used my towel for like 2 days. It's still good. It doesn't need to be washed again. I don't need fresh linens every day. Maybe 2 changes if you're in a week. Change the linens twice, unless you're getting in with sand on your feet for some fucking reason. But we would always shower before bed and stuff like that. So you know what I mean? Like, I get that. It's, save some water, whatever. I totally understand. So when you actually ordered what you needed, it's like, hey, I need new towels. You wouldn't necessarily get them. It's like, oh, we received your request, so we'll bring them up. And then someone would be in the room cleaning it, and they wouldn't have fulfilled that request. So you'd be sitting there getting, like no linens. And then you finally get your linens the day after, because it was so delayed. And they don't even replace all the towels. You're like, please replace all the towels. They replace, say, the full-size towels, and then they don't replace the hand towels. Or they, like, for example, we didn't even have face cloths. And we talked to my sister-in-law, and she had face cloths the entire time. It's like, wait, we only had hand towels and full towels. What the fuck? Like, it was just so inconsistent. And they didn't even have hot water for the first 5 days. They had it for like the first day, and then after that it was just like cold water, and they put in like a repair request multiple times, and it only got fixed on like day 4, I think, maybe day 5. I think it was day 4. But either way, it was just like really, really poor. And if you wanted anything at all, like I remember, so Ava would sometimes sleep in, or she wasn't feeling so good a couple of times. So, we needed our sign, right? We were going to hang the sign that says, please don't disturb. Our room didn't have a do not disturb sign. So we actually were like, hey, we don't have a do not disturb sign. We went to the middle, the pyramid section, and we went to the middle, and we're like, hey, where can we go to get like a do not disturb sign? Our room did not have it. And there was a huge language barrier, which was really interesting. Like, I understand, like, we're in Mexico, but most people there on a resort are very fluent bilingually, especially in English. So I was like, it was really frustrating having to like break through this barrier every time. And we found out that, remember how I said it was divided into 4 different like apartments? Basically, each one had its own concierge. So if you wanted anything for your room, you'd have to go to the concierge in your building. So we went to our building and we talked to the concierge. But the problem is the concierge were always doing something for people. So you're always waiting. You're waiting for something. So you're standing there. I remember standing there. I'm like, I just need a fucking do not disturb sign. You know what I mean? I'm like, can you please just give me a do not disturb sign? I'm standing there. These people are literally asking about prices in restaurants. You can tell everyone is confused about the whole thing. It's a very confusing resort. Asking all these questions and all this and all the other thing. And you're standing there, and then we're visibly getting annoyed. It's like, man, this is just a 2-second question. You must have some behind the desk or something. Because there was no request. Like, I can't like use the app and be like, we don't have a do not disturb sign. You know what I mean? There was none of that. So even if you there was no, like, because you had to put a topic in. You had to select the topic, and then you could add a note, on top of it. And there was just nothing for it. And they would get confused with the notes. So the notes were almost pointless. So we finally got to talk to her, and we're like, look, we don't have a do not disturb sign. Our kid is sleeping late. Can we get one from you? And she's like, yeah, I'll have them bring it right up. What's your room number? And this is important. I'm like, well, I still remember my room number. It's like 2491. That's my room number. And she's like, okay. And she says 2499. Like, no, 2491. I don't know where the 999 came from. 2491. She's like, okay, 2491. You know what's fucking nuts about that? 2499 does not exist in that hotel. There is no 99th number. It ends at like 249. We were near the end of it, so I think it ended at like 95. I think it was like 91, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there was like 2 more sections after that. So there was no 99 on any side. So we actually never got the sign. So we had to wait again, and we had to ask for it again. And I remember the same woman, I was like, look, we didn't get our sign. Can we please get a fucking sign? And she's like, hey, what's the room number? 2491. 2499? Dead ass. She asked the exact same fucking thing twice. I'm like, bro, no wonder we didn't get it. She sent it to nothing. She probably put it in and was like, yo, bro, send this up to 2499. And they're like, oh, that doesn't exist. Not my problem. And we just never got it. You know what I mean? So I could not believe that. I'm like, man, do you even know what I'm asking? Do you need me to write the number down? Like, just look at my fucking name. Yeah, like, it might as well make my own, honestly. It was insane. But, like, there was a lot of that, man. I remember one time, I can't remember, I put in a request for something. Oh, for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. But there was no category for it. Water. It was, like, the bottled water for the... Because you shouldn't really use the tap water in Mexico. So we were using bottled water to brush our teeth and, you know, all that stuff. So they gave, like, the big ones. They were, like, the 750 milliliter bottles, like the big tall ones. And they gave us, I think, 2 for the room. And we used 1 for drinking and then 1 for, like, toothbrushing and all that stuff. And we were running low, so we're like, where do we get new water? And they're like, well, I'm like, do I put it in the app? So I looked, when with the towel change option, I'm like, please change towels, and can you please bring up, like, 3 bottles of water, please? They literally replied in the app, and they're like, we can't do that or something. But the way it was written was so douchey. It's like you have to go talk to the concierge or whatever. And it was so funny. We've walked by, like, guys cleaning the rooms, and they have packages and packages of bottled water. And we just went up to them like, can you spare a few? Can we just grab a few bottles from you? And they're like, yeah, of course. And they just gave us the bottles right there. So I don't know why it's this big fucking song and dance just to do anything that's normal in any hotel or resort. It's crazy, man. So it was pretty frustrating, to say the least. The communication was really bad, the lack thereof. The misinformation was really annoying. Like I said, I was very much not trying to be like a Debbie Downer the whole time, because you paid money to be here and you don't want to just be complaining the whole time. But, like, the reality of it is there was a lot of, like, the value. The whole reason you go to Mexico, the whole reason is because it's a really inexpensive way to have a lot. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be like cream of the crop necessarily, but you get massive bang for your buck. And now that the prices have gone up so dramatically, the bang for your buck is very, very not good anymore. There's no point in going to Mexico until things start easing up. You know what I mean? Like, you used to be able to go to Mexico for like $800. Like, you can do an all-inclusive for a week for $800 or something, or like $1,200, something like that, like, per person. You know what I mean? Like, it was in that range. It was like $800 to $1,500 per person. Now it's like $1,800 per person. It's absolutely insane. And you get this kind of service, it makes you a little bit salty, and they don't offer to fix it in any way, shape, or form. So all you can do is be like, avoid this company, avoid this resort, like, don't come here. There's way better places, I'm sure. I mean, tips weren't they said that tips were included, but you do tip, right? You do that. So, oh, hi. I wasn't ready for him yet, but I was gonna do a special. I'll let you know. Yeah. Sorry, the kitten was brought to me prematurely. That's a different topic. That'll be next. He was gonna close it out. Oh man, we'll get him in a second. Don't worry, we'll get him in a second. Anyways, so as I was saying, we were, like I said, we ran into a lot of issues with it, and there's just so many things. Like I think of one thing and it leads to another thing, and we're just like, man, we got screwed on that. Like, there was, okay, so one of the things we dealt with too is we wanted to book an excursion. We knew we wanted to do an excursion. We weren't sure what we wanted to do, but we looked through a bunch of stuff and we ended up settling on, or not settling, but deciding on, like it was like a, okay, essentially it was a catamaran sail. And the catamaran sail took you to this island. And that island you could shop or explore, or you go to the beach, whatever. And then at the end of it, we were going to go to this dolphin park and swim with the dolphins, basically, and have a little encounter with that. And they, when we booked it, mind you, the people we booked it with was the company that Sunwing uses. So, like, you talk to them and they have all your reservations and stuff. It's a different company, but it's the same. It's all Sunwing partners and stuff like that. So if you book through them, you get discounts and or whatever, or they have all your information already from your booking numbers and all that stuff. So we had booked this thing, and we were promised that it was a they showed us pictures of the cat. This is the catamaran you're going to be on. It looked like one of those mid-sized catamarans. Like, it was, there was like literally a sunk out. It's like basically, I think it's like the aft deck, you know, kind of like where the sailing is, and it's like an inward sitting area with a big table. It showed us one of those, and it looked like it might have been like a catamaran big enough for, I don't know, maybe 15 people, something like that, like 3 groups, so something pretty small. And that's what we were sold on. They're like, oh, it's mainly catered to families though, this particular one. Like, there's more families, but there's an open bar there, and there's a buffet, all this other stuff. Like, they're gonna serve you all this stuff. And yeah, we're gonna like, you know, you're gonna sail to this island. From the island, you can either go shopping at the shops, you can go to the beach, or you can go, you know, you can rent a golf cart, because the whole thing was like, you can rent a golf cart. It was a small enough island. It's like you can go end to end in 25 minutes. So, or just like from one end to the other in 25 minutes. So I'm like, that sounds cool, but we discovered there just wasn't enough time for that. So anyway, Noah, thank you so much for 56 months at the membership program. Thank you, man. I can't believe you're almost 26 years old. I remember when we first started seeing you, you were like you just turned 18 or something. It's crazy, man. Crazy how time flies. Anywho, yeah, so we ended up doing this thing. Probably one of the worst organized things I've ever been a part of. They bring us to this dock, and the thing is that they told us this is a thing that's Canadian. This is a Canadian like thing. They mentioned this trip was like, the way she worded it, I don't know if she misspoke, but she's like, this is a trip for Canadians, or this is an excursion for Canadians. But I think what she meant, we found out later, was this is a discount for Canadians. So this is discounted specifically. This trip is discounted for Canadians. But the way she made it seem was like, this is for Canadian tourists. This trip exclusively is going to be for Canadians. And we get there, bro. When I say we were the minority, we weren't kidding. I've never felt so isolated in my fucking life. And it was like this massive catamaran, like one of the big Berthas, right? And there was probably at least 100 people on there. If you felt like a sardine on a plane, imagine that on a catamaran, because that's what we felt like. And one of the craziest things that I cannot stand, and this is going to be a whole new topic, is people have no spatial awareness at all. This is a whole other topic of the trip. People just don't fucking care, okay? So imagine trying to sit with your family and you got people stepping over you. Their ball sacks dangling just inches from your forehead. You know what I mean? Imagine people doing that, and you're all trying to keep your balance, and then they're just losing their balance. Their nut sacks grazing the forehead like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, bro, can you get your dick out of my face? Like, that happens so much. There weren't enough seats per people. And here's the thing. No life jackets at all. No life jackets. And there were children on board. Like, there were young children. There was literally, like, I don't know. I want to say maybe 3 little kids. Like, when I mean little kids, like 5 and under. And these fucking kids were raw dogging the experience. They had literally no life jackets. And you know, like how catamarans have like these mesh netting sections that you can lounge in, get some sun, maybe get splashed a little bit. The squares are probably about that big, maybe about that big in between the netting. An adult foot won't go through that, but it will go through that if you turn it. Imagine a little child. There's a good chance you could slip through that shit. You know what I mean? And what if the thing, like the whole time you're doing this, kid is running, you know how kids do that, like, fucking run that they do? Imagine doing that, losing balance because a wave hits them, and then they flip over. They flip over, head over heels, end up in the water, no life jacket, and the boat just keeps going, right? The boat will keep going. Guess what? Propellers to the face. It was just so, no one cared. It was wild. And the thing is, too, is the parents of these kids didn't seem to care that their kid could die. It was just a whole other thing, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to sit there. We're both trying to sit there and enjoy our holiday. You know, enjoy the sun. They got some tunes playing. They are serving drinks, but I didn't feel like it. And like, you know, it's a beautiful, like, the thing is, the weather, man, was like this. Literally, it was like this the whole time. We thought we were going to get rained on. It was literally an average of 27 degrees Celsius the entire week. Like, literally, I think the coldest it got was 26. So it was so amazing. That's the one thing I will say. We got really, really lucky with the weather. A couple of windy days, but no, honestly, nothing crazy. It was beautiful. So when we were gone, we're my city, it was like minus 30, minus 40, and someplace with the wind chill felt like minus 50 Celsius the week we were gone. So like literally it was okay when we left, and then when we were gone, it was fucking cold as shit. So it was literally like we traded at the perfect time. So if it's one thing I will say for sure, the weather was absolutely stunning, and that really helped. So the weather was great. So we're trying to enjoy this beautiful weather. You got all these people being really obnoxious and rude, man. Like, it's horrid. And we're on this trip, and they're like, if you want to do snorkeling, if the weather's good, they're like, we'll do a snorkel session, and then we'll go. So I'm like, well, I'm going to do snorkeling. I've been here. The water is beautiful. Let's do snorkeling. I'm like, I'm just wondering whether, you know, they're announcing the snorkeling. I'm like, I wonder whether they're going to do snorkeling, because you have to do snorkeling in a shallower area. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. Because if it gets too deep, you can't see anything, and it gets too dark and dirty and muggy. It doesn't matter how tropical the water is. If it's too deep, you can't see shit. So anyways, so they start, I see like a big group of boats and catamarans and other boats all in this one circle, kind of in the middle of this area. And I'm like, there's no way that's where we're snorkeling. And they're like, okay, we're going to snorkel right here. Just follow the group. And, you know, we're going to have a line in the water. And they're trying to like, trying to talk about it and explain everything. And you got to understand, 90% of the boat was Spanish speaking or Portuguese speaking. And the other 10% was a mix of other things. But there was, it's rare when I'm in an area, like, I don't want to sound like an entitled white person, but like, it's rare when I'm in a situation where English was the second language and very much like neglected. So now it really did make me feel bad for people who, and empathize with people who are in English, because like English is a way harder language to understand. So it's like, it was weird being like, because what the thing is, he'd give you all this detail in Spanish, like you'd hear it, like I can understand certain words in Spanish. He'd give you all this detail in Spanish, and then he'd give it like the same translated version in like a sentence. And I'm like, there's no way that you did a direct translation, because we missed out on so much shit. And then you had all these people yapping and you know, just would not talk. Like there was this group, like they were like the absolutely hated among our group. Like we're like, we hate these fucking people. Like they were the most obnoxious sacks of shit. You know what I mean? Like they were so annoying. I can't explain. Like that was the one guy who kept stepping over us, and I think it was like a group of like maybe 8 people. They were from Brazil, and they had like, they were wealthy Brazilian people. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like that's bad or anything, but like they were wealthy and they thought they were better than everybody else. You know, you could just tell. And it was just, oh god, I can't explain it, but they were just the rudest shit that they would do. They would do it very unaware of anybody else, didn't care about anybody else. Like we were sitting in an area and they ended up sitting in front of us, and they're giving the instructions. These guys are yapping in front of us. Like we were sitting there first and they sat in front of us. Dude's giving instructions about safety and stuff like that, and they're yapping. And they didn't hear what he said, so they had to go ask, and they had one of their guys come around and be like, you guys gotta shut the fuck up and listen. You know what I mean? And then they got mad at him. It's like, bro, we don't even know what you said, A, because we can't hear you over these clowns, and B, you barely speak any of the English ones, so I can't tell what you're saying. You know what I mean? Because it's, you know what I mean? There's all these different factors. So, yeah, that put a muddy on it. But anyway, so we pull up, we get in the water, and Mel didn't snorkel, but the rest of us did. And I was the lifeguard for quite a few years, so I'm a solid swimmer. I've dealt with waves before too, so I know how to handle these things. And I know how to stay calm in a heavy sea. And let me tell you, they fucked up. They should not have put people in the water. The seas were way too rough for any proper snorkeling. Because a lot of people were struggling, and because there was like maybe 10 other boats. Imagine being in this crazy wave way too deep. You're not in like you don't want it to be shallow, but you want something where there's a sandbar or something where you're close enough to the you're above like a reef, you know what I mean? And yes, we were snorkeling in reefs and we did see some fish, but it was really shit experience. Plus you have all this shit. People are literally being knocked into each other. At one point, like some of my other, you know, in my group, people got kicked in the face because everyone is literally like bashing into each other like this. You know, you're trying to swim away. Again, I feel like I had an advantage because of my training, but I could see, I'm like, I gotta isolate. So I would come up and I'd have to, because Ava was in the water with me. So my priority was making sure she was good, because I watched and I'm like, where is she at right now? I need to make sure she's near me and near the group, because I don't want her to flow away and all this stuff. You know, like these seas were pretty crazy. Jay ended up getting sick in the water and he threw up in the water. He told us later. Everyone's swallowing seawater. And I'm like, you got to stay calm. Everyone's freaking out because these waves are so insane. These waves are really strong. Like, they're not like violent waves, like where you're getting sucked into a current, but for snorkeling, they were atrocious. We were too deep in the water. There was way too many people. It just wasn't safe. And the whole time, because there were so many groups, they had to keep shouting our boat name so that we'd stay close to them. So imagine trying to snorkel and enjoy yourself, and then it's just wave, kicked in the face, shouting, 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 wave, wave. And then like when you get in, they're like, everybody hold on to this rope. We're gonna have a rope attached to our catamaran, and everyone starts there, and we're gonna follow from there. There's no rhyme or reason, and there's no organization. So you're all trying to find space to grab the rope, but you're literally up to each other's armpits. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, why is this? I can't grab the rope because someone's trying to stand on it, and it's going deeper and deeper in the water. And needless to say, we're in the water for like 20 minutes. It felt super rushed. Everyone was just trying to figure out their fucking shit. A lot of the masks were broken. I think Ava's mask had a hole in it, so it kept letting in water. Like there was a crack or something. So it was never ever properly airtight. And so she didn't enjoy that. I tried to stay calm. Like, you know what? These waves, just you are literally you have a life jacket keeping you afloat in the midsection, the waist section. Let that happen. Keep your nozzle above and just look. And I would just like take advantage of that. Everyone's panicking. You could tell everyone was freaking out, like not sure what to do. I'm just like, I'm gonna be calm and just let it float. Let the weight, because I'm not gonna drown. I have my life jacket. I have the ability to breathe. If you start tilting your head up and down and like you're gonna get water in it. So just keep it down in the natural position. So I was able to look at some stuff, and I'm like, I'm out here. I'm gonna snorkel, and there really wasn't a lot to see. There was a couple of tropical fish. I saw one dory. I saw dory at one point. There was a sunken rowboat. It looked sunken intentionally. And then there was these really, really weird like statues. They were like these big hands. Excuse me. There were these massive hands that were intentionally sunk as well. And they were statues. Again, it was hard to get an idea how big they were in the water. I want to say they were at least maybe 15 feet tall. Maybe 20 feet tall. And they were just like hands that looked like this. And they were all in a circle. So imagine seeing like 4 hands with the fingers like this. And there was 4 of them. So there's like 4 of them. And I'm like, oh, well, that's different, I guess. But it was super lame, bro. I was just like, this is shit. Let's get out of the water. We all got out of the water. We didn't like it. Anyway, we got to the island. We had maybe, I think it was like an hour and a half before we were on back on a different boat to get to the dolphin park. So we ended up going around the area into the shops. And because the shops are an interesting, you got to do the shops. The shops are like, it's funny because there's like about 20 or 30 shops, maybe more, and they all sell the exact same shit. It's like one big factory makes all the same shit, and they just all sell it to you. And they're like, oh, and it's what's so funny is that you've got Buddy over here who's like, here's this bracelet. I've seen this bracelet 15 times already. And he's like 600 pesos for that. It's like, motherfucker, please. This guy over here is selling it for 10 or for 100. Don't even start with me. And they act like they have the best ones. And it's like all this. Like, no, this is the best price. Like, dude, stop insulting me. Like, I'm not an idiot. I'll just go across to Buddy across the way and get the exact same thing. I'll get 10 of them for the same price. You want one. You know what I mean? So it's really funny. But and some of them can be kind of aggressive, some of the salespeople. Like it's very different there. There's a lot of aggression. Like they're all like they won't leave you alone. You know how like when you're in a mall and you walk by those kiosks and they try to hand you shit and tell you shit? Imagine that on steroids. It's really, they don't let you leave. They trap you. It's brutal sometimes. So you got to be careful with what you're doing. But yeah, everything used to be cheap. Everything used to be cheap, like I said. But the upside is you can barter. So whatever the price they say, it's like, that ain't happening. You know what I mean? So they say, oh, 500 pesos. I'm like, bro, I got 100 on me. Do you want to make the sale? And they're like, 200. Okay, fine. 200. Let's go. That's how you do it, right? There's always, that's the beautiful thing. And it's fun to barter. It's like you go with that Skyrim barter at 100. You know what I mean? Throw in that as well. I remember we bought this one skull like 2 years ago, and it was like one of those like, it's big. It's probably about this big. We have it downstairs. And it's like a black skull, kind of a smoky gray black skull, and it's painted like aqua and blue. And that's our colors downstairs. That's what our room's colors are. Like all our accents are that color. So I'm like, dude, that'd be perfect for like, you know, a thing to come home with. And it was there the entire time. We were in the shops multiple times. I remember this. Like this was like 2 years ago I'm talking about. We were in there multiple times, and Buddy's like, he wants 1,000 pesos for it. And just to give you an idea, let's see. We knew the conversions. Hold on. 1,000 pesos divided by, I want to say it's 70 Canadian. What is it? 13? No, shit. 14.35. Yeah, so that was about $70 Canadian, which is maybe 55 US, I think. Let's see. 70 CAD to USD. About 50. So it's about 50 bucks you wanted for that fucking skull. And I'm like, bro, you're on crack. I can't remember what we ended up paying him. But I remember I was like, I will sell it for, or so I'll give you whatever it was. I think it was the equivalent of like 20 bucks. So a massive change. I'm like, bro, this thing has been sitting here since we got here a week ago and you haven't sold it. It ain't going anywhere. I'll give you that. And he was really upset about it and reluctant, but he sold it to us for that. Like, that's good, man. You're reaching a bit, fam. These things are made like crazy, you know? So anyway, that's the thing. When I tell a story, it never has an entry. Like, literally, it's just like me when I play an open world game. Whenever I tell a story, it's like, you can't just go to the objective. You've got to go through all these back streets and explore first. That's what I do when I tell a story. So it takes me forever. That's why I need more time. Anywho, so we finish up our shops. We don't buy anything. And we realize we only have about 50 minutes of beach time, which really sucks. So we go on the beach. Stunning beach. We hang out. We end up finding a chair. And we're just sitting, you know, Mel and I are just chilling, enjoying the sun. And then the guy comes up to us and like, oh, you have to rent these. They're 200 pesos an hour. It's like, man, go fuck yourself. Everything is just for sale. Everything's for sale. It's just so annoying. I get it, but it's just annoying. So we ended up being like, okay, let's go to the boat. Went to the boat. Went to the dolphin park. And I gotta say, the dolphin park saved the whole excursion. That was fucking awesome. Okay? I'd never swam with a dolphin before. And it was just, we didn't even, there was multiple tiers too. You could buy like, I think there was like 5 tiers and we got the most basic one, which was like a little show, a demonstration, photo ops, and like an actual interaction. And, there were some other things like you could pull them. The dolphins would pull you by their fins, or they would lift you up on your feet. Like their heads would push you up and shit. Like it was crazy stuff we saw people doing. But I was content with the thing. They basically put you in this, it's not a tank. It's literally the ocean that's sectioned by like, you know, not, I don't want to say cages because they open and close them to let them into different areas. So you're in the ocean, you're on this catwalk that literally goes along the dock, and we're walking along this dock, and then the trainer comes out and she does like, you know, gives you facts and she shows you tricks, and then you get to interact with them, and it was fucking cool as hell. Like we were all just giggling like children. It was hilarious. And yeah, it was true. It was really memorable. So we actually bought the pictures for that. They overpriced them like crazy again. They wanted, I think they wanted like 200 USD for the photos, and we're like, bro, or no, it was more than that. Was it 200? Yeah, it was 200. No, 300. I think they wanted like 300 USD for these, and it's like, man, eat an ass. Everything's barter system though, so we all bartered them down. Like, nah, we ain't doing that. We're not doing that. And then that's what I mean. There's no set price on anything. So we ended up getting them. Really cool. definitely recommend doing something like that if you can, even though it might be a little expensive. It's definitely really, really cool experience. So that was definitely fun as hell. We all had a great time there. And that's when they had the actual buffet. I thought the buffet was on the boat, but it was not. It was at the park. So they actually had a solid buffet there. I was impressed. It was very light, lunchy fare. Like, it wasn't like they had, I think you could get burgers there. I didn't get it. I went for like a light pasta and some rice and chicken and stuff like that. Light stuff, because I like to eat lighter. It makes me feel better, like comfortable. You know, I have stomach issues and stuff. It was filling. It was good food, and they had a bar and everything. So it was really, really cool. And we ended up just chilling there for a bit, and we ended up getting back. Getting back, the ride was completely different. It was still very overinflated, but we got there first. We actually got a seat. And they did some like very stereotypical white people engagement. Like this, you know how white folk love to engage with crowds? Like they love crowd participation. There was a lot of that on the way back. I'm not really one for that, but it's still funny. Like, you know, he involved all different nations. Like he called up different countries. He's like, if you're from here, he knew the dances from your country that they like everybody knows. You know what I mean? And he was all pouring us like vodka, or sorry, not vodka, tequila straight from the bottle. It was fun. Like on the way back, it was a completely different vibe than the way there. I don't know what happened, but it was way more enjoyable on the way back. But when we got back, there was no ride for us. They were supposed to pick us up when we got back to the dock. They didn't. We waited for over an hour. And when we did get picked up, because like Mel, Ava, and myself are on one what do you call it, like order, like trip number, because we were on one, we were technically a different reservation than Jay and Katie. So essentially they were on the list for this bus that came around. It was over an hour late. It was supposed to be waiting for us. It was supposed to be there. And then they're like, oh, they're on a different bus. I'm like, fuck that. We're all going to the same hotel. We're getting on this bus. And we just got on the bus. Like, we weren't supposed to, like Mel, myself, and Ava, but we just did. Whereas, like, we're getting on the fucking bus. But we waited for over an hour here. It's just unacceptable. So, ended up going to, like, I'm not a complainer. It's like, things, it is what it is. But honestly, we had to tell them about that. It's like, man, we spent money for this. You know what I mean? We spent money for this. And it was a massive misunderstanding. Like, we were told we were getting a small catamaran. It was only going to be a few families. And the person who helped us and booked it for us, she was telling us that well, when I went, I realized when I went, it was in the off season, so it was in the slow time, so there was way less people. It's like, well, that's kind of on you, you know what I mean? Like, because February is kind of like their high time, because it's like on the verge of like spring break. So that's kind of like when it starts to get really busy, is around February. It's a good time for like people in North America to go, because we're like in winter. So it's like, let's bail. So let's go somewhere nice. So that's how that went. Little upsetting, obviously. And by the end of it, I was ready to come home. I was just, you know, I was exhausted. I was a bit homesick. We all were. And I mean, there's still another topic I want to get into, obviously, but about it, just to kind of finalize it before I summarize. But yeah, like, obviously the guys in that you know, the guys who did the excursion, really fun, really friendly, and they were nice. They were tipping, but obviously the company didn't organize it very well, and the amount of people on that thing was just fucking stupid. Like, it was wild. So we ended up chatting with some people, a couple people from the UK, states. No, honestly, one thing I will tell you, and I'm not trying to like paint a picture or anything, but I will say there was definitely a feeling of disgust towards us, because I think, again, I don't want to just make assumptions, but I think this is actually what it is. I think a lot of people just thought we were American, and there is a distaste for Americans there. There really is. Like, and a lot of the people, I thought Cancun was a very high American place to go. Like, a lot of Americans go there. It's not. I mean, it is. Americans go there. But, like, it was insanely Hispanic. Like, I'm talking people from South America were the most, like, common people. Like, the most people were from, like, you know, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, you know, all those places. And yes, there were a handful of Canadians. It was so funny. We were literally in Cancun at the aquarium, and I was wearing like my Oilers tank, right? I have my Oilers jersey tank, and I heard people talking, and I remember hearing them say, they're like, I heard someone say Oilers, and I thought they were talking to me because I have my jersey on or whatever, and I heard them say, they're like, oh, we're actually from Saskatchewan, but we cheer for the Oilers. And then another guy said, well, you picked the right Alberta team. And I'm like, oh fuck, what are the odds of that? So I look up and I'm like, yeah, the Flames suck. And they all just chuckle, like, you from Edmonton? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, we always find each other. I thought it was really funny. The Oilers fans always find each other, because I saw a few Oiler hats and stuff around, so I thought that was really funny. But I'm like, what are the odds? We're not even in the resort. The resort makes sense because they, you know, people from the same city, they like the way Sunwing works, excuse me, is they try to keep the same people in the resort. So there's like trips from this city, this city, this city. So I thought that was kind of funny. But there was not, honestly, that, like I said, the Americans that were there, you knew they were American. 100%, bro. Because I remember, okay, there's this one family. It was really funny. These guys, very big personality. You can tell. I'm like, dude is from Texas or something. Because there's no fucking way. Dude's busting out his nice jeans. They're the jeans that are like very vibrantly blue, or they're very stonewashy. You know what I mean? And they've got that very thick stitching, and it's white. You know, that white stitching, and it goes up the side, and the pockets on the back are very stitched in an intricate pattern. They had those in their cowboy boots, and they had a tucked in button shirt, and it's 28 degrees Celsius out there. I'm like, there's the Americans. There they are. I thought it was funny as hell. But there definitely weren't as many of them. It was funny, when you were ordering a drink or something, there'd be a lot of people who were asking, like, what is that? You know what I mean? And they're like, you know, the Americans would be like, oh, you know, I'm like, you're from fucking Ohio for sure. There's no way. It's like, oh, what's that you're drinking? I don't even know how to do American, but it's just, you know what I mean? It's different. It's just, it's the way they carry themselves. It's just different. But no, a lot of Hispanic, tons. Like, that was like, I'd say 90% of the resort was Hispanic, and I thought it would be the other way around. So, I mean, not a problem with that. I have no beef with that whatsoever. But one thing I will say, leading into we're talking about other people, there was some nice people. Some people kept to themselves. But I will tell you, let's go back to like a topic from earlier. The average person, I've discovered, this is what made me miss home a little bit. The average person, at least at this resort, was rude, obnoxious, self-centered, and fucking disgusting. Like, there were people who just did things, like, you'd see things, you'd be looking around, and you'd see them do something, and it was fucking nasty. You know what I mean? It's like, you do this regularly? You do this in public? You know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of moments like that. I'm like, man, I'm so tired of people. Like, I'm out of this. And I think that was the biggest thing. Because a trip, like, you know, you talk about stuff like, how do you put it? You talk about certain things like, you know, with the resort, you know, and, you know, issues with like the restaurants and the confusion and like closing it down. The people always make up for it. I've always said that, because it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, if you're at, like, I don't know how many jobs I hated, but I stuck around for my coworkers because they were awesome. You know what I mean? And once you lost those coworkers, or, you know, the people changed, or you weren't vibing with anyone, then it looked like shit. So when you don't like, sorry, I lost my train of thought. That happens a lot. When you don't like, Jesus, what am I trying to say? Yeah, when you don't have like these nice things to kind of distract you, it becomes less tolerable. And that was very apparent. Oh, hi, kitty. Are you wet again? Different kitty. She's still the star of the show, right? Hey, puppy. See? She's still here. She was pretty happy about us. They all were very happy about us returning. Different kitty. Harley's on the beach. Look. Getting a suntan. You're soaking wet. You must have been in the sink again. God damn it. Okay, so now my desk is covered in wet paw prints and wet hair. Yay. Sorry, monkey, I had to kick you off. Can't have that wet foot. There's wet feet. Anyways, what disgusting things? Oh man, honestly, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I didn't witness it, but I did. Apparently, sister-in-law witnessed two rather large people, like large people, you know, like very, very large people, in the pool, balls deep in it. And where does that go? Into the filters. You know, you'd see like cigarette butts in the pool, and one kid threw up in the pool at one point. We watched it. It was actually really disgusting. We looked over and we saw this kid. He was just kind of floating like this in the life jacket. And we look like, it was one of those things where like you look over, you know what I mean? You're just kind of looking around, you know, you know how sometimes you're just vibing, you're looking at your surroundings. You look over your shoulder like this. And then this kid, you just like right as we looked over, like that, like just like an orangey substance. And I'm like, bruh. And what, his parents were there, and what did they do? They're like, oh, we'll just go over here now. We'll just go over here. They just swam away from it. They just left it there. Like, I'm sorry, but if I'm dad in that situation, I'm gonna do my best to get it out. I know it sounds disgusting, but I try and find a cup or something and trying to scoop out the water that's gross and just get rid of it. Because I know that there's so much chlorine in there, it pretty much will neutralize that shit. But like, it's, yeah, that one was disgusting. That one was hard because I'm like, we're in the pool still. Like, we'll just go away from it. Let's just hope that one of the other filters takes it. You know what I mean? So that was kind of the situation. You know. So anyway, I don't know if they were. They weren't American. They were not. I will tell you, the rudest people while we were there weren't the Americans. Dead ass. Yeah, the Americans were more like, they're obnoxious. They're like, they want everyone to know they're American. It's different though. They weren't rude though. It was actually a lot of other people. It was a lot of like South American people that were the rudest. I'm not being like, oh, it's just, that was what we experienced. It was surprising. Like, we'd be going up in like ordering, right? There'd be a clear fucking line. There'd be a clear line to the bar. And people would just be like, I'm going to skip the line and I'm just going to order something. But because they're Spanish speaking, I think they thought it might give them like an edge. You know what I mean? So, and they would try and do that a lot. I'm like, am I fucking invisible? And like I don't know enough Spanish to get my way out of it, like to talk to them in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know enough. It's like, but the upside was a lot of the bartenders are like, lines there. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, there was a lot of that, a lot of cutting, a lot of cheese, a lot of lettuce, but I always tried to make sure I was in line. Or, you know, say you're in like the buffets, right? You're in the buffets and you're grabbing food. Generally, okay, the buffets are kind of shaped like this, okay? So they're like this. Does that make sense? You can't see me anymore, but it's like up, there's a section here of food, there's a section under there. Nothingness, section up here, section over there, section, you know what I mean? Like, there's little square indent sections where the food is, and they have a cooking station, and then there's another indent over there. Ideally, wherever there's food, you kind of line up on the edge of it and work your way in front, even if you're not, if you only want one thing. Most people just wait behind and let people go through the thing first, and you just pick up what you want in that row, so you go straight across. There were people, you'd be literally grabbing something, and someone would just come right here and reach across you and grab their food. It was so, it's like, you're looking at them like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, why don't you give me a reach around while you're here? You know, at the very least, you know? It was really shit. Like, I was just like, I hated that, man. Because I would always give people their space. Because the last thing I want is someone, like, reaching around. Like, I don't know. It's like, again, the whole, like, personal bubble. Like, the whole spatial awareness is fucking nuts. Like I said, on that catamaran, there's this one guy who's such a fucking ass. I can just picture his stupid face right now. And he had that stupid, like hat condom. You know, it was almost like a ski mask, but for the water. He wore that the whole time. He looked like such a goob. I don't know. Maybe I'm picking on him a little bit, but he had like that, like, you know what I mean? It was like a water thing that scuba divers put on. He just was wearing that. And he was literally like, so Mel and I were sitting on the mesh because we got separated from the rest of our group because this one lady was sitting dead fucking center in like the netting mesh area. I'm like, so I guess no one else can sit here because like I have a group of 5 And now you're a group of one. You're sitting in the dead center when you could shift to the edge and still be comfortable and, you know, give us the space. But no, so Mel and I had to sit in this one little corner because she's in the middle doing this, you know. And they were the ones with that little kid who was like just running through, you know. And yeah, and she was like that was the one I was worried about because she was so little. And like mom was always just annoyed that she had to like come get her, and that was grandma. Apparently, I think that was grandma that it was. And it's just like she was annoyed that like she had to get up and get her kid because her kid kept running around. The kid was adorable. Don't get me wrong. Like I had no beef with the child at all. The kid didn't really bother me at all. Yes, it was the occasional scream or whatever, but nothing crazy. But like these people, and then at one point, like you got this guy who's sitting in the mesh, and then their group was scattered all over the mesh area, right, of the catamaran. And literally Mel's sitting next to me. She's right here, and I'm here, and we're pretty close because we're trying to like stay, you know, we're not trying to like crowd anybody. And this fucking guy kept standing up while the boat was moving, kept losing his balance. So he'd always be like doing these wide elephant like steps along the mesh, and he'd be getting something from somebody, and he was doing that to Mel. He was literally like stepping over in front of her, and his nuts are like an inch from her face, and he's just standing there. And I'm just like, bro, like seriously, can you get the fuck out of the way? It was just so rude, man. It's like fucking hate that guy was so annoying. And then later when we're on like the other boat to get to the dolphin park, they were the ones that sat in front of us. We couldn't hear the instructions. Dude had like, you could tell when he was in town, they went to 7-Eleven, and he had a cup, and he busted out some tequila. Like he had like a disposable cup from 7-Eleven, and he put it in there. He put it in the cup, and they were doing like little shots from it, right? And they were passing it along. The other gross thing, and this is maybe just bothers me, but like the cup was clearly handled by someone who had a Cheetos or something, because there was Cheeto dust fingerprints all over the cup, and they're reusing it. So I'm assuming a kid maybe took a drink from whatever it was from 7-Eleven, and they just reused the cup to do shots and share. It just seemed gross to me. The whole thing was just like, I don't like fingerprints. I don't like shit on my hands. Like I don't like food on my hands. I like a clean hand. I don't like for example, if I have to have finger food, I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching my phone. I'm not touching the handles. I'm literally just hands it like this until I can wash them, or at least wipe them with something. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but they just seem like very people you don't want to be around, and they made that apparent. They're just really annoying people. Anyway, but that was par for the course. I say a lot of very rude individuals, unfortunately. And they just did not care. It was crazy. Oh, almost forgot. We actually had somebody. So for the towels, for the beach towels, like I'm not talking about room towels. You can't use room towels by the beach. Those have to stay in your rooms, right? Naturally. And they have these thicker beach towel, and you sign them out. You don't have to pay for them, but you go to one of the places, you're like, hey, I want this many towels. And you have to sign a book, and there's a date of when you get them. You sign your name, and they put down the amount of towels you signed out. And you always have to return the towels where you signed them out from. And you can exchange them as long as they come from the same source, because each towel hut, so to speak, is sorry, I'm speaking a lot. Each towel hut has like a certain amount of towels, so if they lose one, they're out of count. So that's their way of tracking it. And if you end up taking a towel home, they charge you because it's got your room name and stuff like that. So yeah, you're not renting them. You're just signing them out. You're not actually paying for them unless you lose it, which makes sense. So anyway, we like our room gets our 3 towels because you're allowed 1 towel per person. The sister-in-law and Jay, they both get their own towels. So we have 5 towels. So we do we do our thing. We get up in the morning. Or Jay gets up in the morning, I should say, and he saves our seats by the pool. We go get breakfast and we come back to the pool, and we have to pick a different spot this time. So I remember the guys wanted to go check out the beach quick, so they went to the beach, and I'm like, I'm gonna hit the bathroom first. So I had to go all the way by our towels to get to the bathroom, and then come back to the beach. So I'm like, I'm gonna hit the bathroom. We'd just checked in with them. We saw the towels, they were there. There's 5 of them, and I think we'd saved 2, maybe 3. 2. I want to say we saved 2. 2 chairs. Some people would save like 5-6 chairs is crazy and not use them. You don't need that many, even if you're in a big team or whatever. So anyways, we put the towels on top, we put them there, and I went to the bathroom and I came back and I looked over at our chairs as I was kind of walking by. I looked over where we were saved it, and I noticed that one of the chairs no longer had a towel on it, and the other towels were there, but the other one wasn't. And so when we came back, I mentioned that. I'm like, I wasn't sure, but I think one of our towels was gone, like because there was nothing on that chair, and I know for a fact we draped it on that chair. So we went to the beach, and I told everyone that, and we came back, chair was gone as well, because now there was no towel on it. So someone took it. Turns out the people behind us took the chair because we knew it was the one we were using, because there was a specific crack at a certain point in it. And so we knew they took it, and we were like, are you fucking kidding me? And we were pissed off. So it's like someone took our towel, and we had new towels. It was a used towel. It wasn't like a fresh one. Someone took our used towel. And the thing is, if you take the towel, it's registered to a room. So they took our fucking towel first. Someone took our towel. We don't know if it was like them or if it was someone else walking by and they just took a towel to save a seat maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we came back and we're like, someone took our fucking towel. And then they took our chair because of it. And then surprisingly, when we came back, we were down a seat. We only had one seat now. It's like, well, we voiced our displeasure. And the people behind us, the ones who took the chair, they had 7 seats or something. So they took one more for their big group so everyone could sit down. I was like, that's wild. We had 2 seats. Now we have 1. We had 2 seats for 5 people. And now you have 7 seats for like 3 people or whatever it was. It was crazy shit. So I'm like, well, the only way you can get a seat to enjoy the pool is if you put a towel on it early. And you know what I mean? Because I know it looks kind of douchey if you just place a towel in peace. You had to. We didn't want to do that either, but that's the only way that we were able to do anything to, you know what I mean? So it was just like, well, we had to do that. So I guess we'll place the towel and peace out, you know? And the fact that we lost the towel and we tried to go to one of the towel stations, it was a different towel station, but we asked them like, look, someone took our fucking towel. Like, why would they steal a towel? Probably to save a seat. So they just took the towel. Someone else took the chair, or the same people took the towel and the chair. And I know that they were guilty because I remember they were Spanish speaking, and they called over one of the attendant guys. And and I heard them call him over. I didn't think anything of it. But then he came and talked to us. He's like, hey, is everything okay? And I'm like, what? And he's like, is everything okay? I'm like, well, no, someone stole our towel and chair. Like, they took the chair, it is what it is. Like, at least we have one. But, like, the towel, that's linked to our room, right? So, like, that one could affect us financially because we might have to replace it. So, I was like, well, really? Like, and so, like, they tried to help us. You know what I mean? I noticed they tried to help us a few times. So, I'm like, they probably felt bad for taking our shit. But if I don't think they took our towel. Otherwise, they probably would have just given it back. But I think if they did take it, I don't think they'd want us to know that they took it because, well, who takes a fucking beach towel that's, you know what I mean? Like, it makes you look like a total asshole. So, I don't know. It was what it was. It ended up neutralizing it anyway. We got a new towel and we just said we returned it here. The person didn't speak English that well when we returned it. So I checked it off and she signed it. She's like, yep, that's good. Even though we didn't bring it back. We're like, oh, we returned it a few days ago. She's like, okay. So we didn't get charged for the towel. But either way, it was just like, why are people taking my towel? It's crazy shit. Anyway. Sorry, I've been yapping for a long time. It's how I roll. Hope the chat has been entertaining themselves or enjoying things as best as possible. What's up, Noah? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's annoying. I've had that happen to me too, so I can feel you. I can relate. But look at it this way, man. It's better to find out now than 6 years down the line, right? You can start fresh. I know it's not easy to hear that, but and I will tell you, just from personal experience, well, not from personal experience. I didn't let someone do that to me ever again, but if they cheat on you once, they'll do it again. Hands down. So, like, don't try your best not to dwell on that person, because if they've already done that, they don't respect you. And that's the one thing. That's why it was me. I never went back to a relationship that treated me a certain way or disrespectfully. I never done that in my life. I remember I went back to, I did that. Well, I wouldn't say I went back to it, but one girl broke up with me over text. She didn't cheat on me, but years later we like connected again, but it just wasn't the same. It felt weird. Does that make sense? It's like, I didn't like how you left things, so it just didn't work. But yeah, that's crazy, Tim. That's a double whammy for you. Sorry to hear that. Nah, honestly, the best way to get even is to move on. Show them that they have had no effect on your life. The fact that, like, that's, and even if they're not like, if they're not worried about that, then no, they weren't there for you anyway. You know what I mean? So either way, don't, like, in my opinion, I wouldn't let them. I know it's gonna be still frustrating after 3 years is a long time, right? So obviously, do your best to not dwell on it as much as you can, because that kind of person didn't have respect for you, and that's the very important thing to have in a relationship. So it's always good to have that self-respect, because if you have self-respect, you'll realize that when someone's not treating you with it, that's the most important thing. Remember that you are important too, and you're not there to serve their needs. It's even, you know, it's not just about them, it's about the group, the couple, right? It's about togetherness, trying to work together. Anyway, oh, sorry, I just need a little throat break after all that bitching. As I sit on this beach in Mexico right here, I'm back there with my DXRacer, just tanning it up. Oh man. Okay. Well, so what did I last talk about? The towel theft, right? Yeah. So honestly, though, I aired out a lot of grievances because I think it's important that if someone's going to take a similar vacation, look for these things, ask the questions, and do as much research as you can. And yeah, because make sure you're getting a good deal. Because, like, people are very, very, it's all about, you can tell now, this trip was very apparent that they didn't, like, you know how, like, it's like, when someone wants your money, they will do everything in their power, like, to treat you as good as possible. Yes, they only want your money, but they're going to treat you well for it. Does that make sense? This trip, it was different. I just felt like they only want my money, and I should be giving it to them. I remember I got stopped by this one guy. I tried to sell like a package. I think we were leaving in 2 days. We were coming home in 2 days. This was like the 5th day, and we were in this like outlet mall area, and there was like they always try to stop you to get you to buy an excursion package. And this guy was like, he stopped me. Mel had to go to the bathroom, so like it was bad timing all around. So Ava and I hung around. She's like, I gotta go. So she went to the bathroom, and we hung around. I'm like, fuck, I'm too polite for this shit, man. Like, I just think it's rude to walk off on someone when they're talking to you, but that's what they bank on, right? So homeboy was like, he caught me in a trap, and he would not shut the fuck up. It was so annoying. So like, he was talking about, he's like, oh, we're friends, right? I'm like, no. Like, I don't know. I was like, I just kind of went, ha, because I'm like, I didn't want to say, no, we're not friends. The dude was really kind of just gross. He had like bad teeth. Like, I'm not saying you can have bad, like, it's one thing having, like, when I meant he had bad teeth, like, he only had these 4. Those were in good shape. The rest were decaying. Like, I don't think he had them at all, actually, all the way up here. And these ones were okay. And then this one here, these ones here, there was literally a circle in his teeth, like, between them. Like, I'm not kidding. It was like fine here, straight, curve, and then back up. You could tell that's where whatever he smoked, that's where it sat, because it decayed in a circular pattern. It was the weirdest thing ever. So I got this guy with these terrible teeth. He's I don't know, he's a lot older than me, acting like we're friends. It was super weird. And he's talking about trying to sell me something. He's like, when do you leave? I'm like tomorrow, basically, bro. He's like, well, you can come down to this resort. It's not built yet, but we want to show it to you. And if you book with us, you get like a big discount or whatever. If you end up, and you get access to all these excursions. But he took forever to explain it. And then finally, so Mel came back from the bathroom, and she basically freed me. She's like, oh, we have to go meet our people over here. I'm like, sorry, I gotta go. He's like, well, And then he was annoyed that I was leaving without buying anything. And because the thing, he's like, oh, it's for free, everything's for free. It's not, because when you sign up, you have to give them all your information, essentially, to get the invite to this party or to, you know, to this breakfast or whatever it was, to show you the resort. It's like, oh, we'll take you there, and then you have access to all this stuff. Well, you know, if you book it, you get access to all of these for one price, and it's just like, bro, I know how this works. I'm not giving you any of my info because you'll be messaging me for the dawn of time, and I'll never be able to get off that list. So I'm not doing it. So it's like, sorry, no, I gotta go. They're waiting for us. And I'm like, and I just walked. He's like, well, I'm like, we'll come back. We'll come back later. And he's like, okay, well, I'm only here till 2:30. And he was like saying it like that. He's like, I'm only here till 2:30, so you better come back. You owe me. It was like that mentality. It's like, man, go fuck yourself. Fucking hated that shit. I can't stand. That's the thing I hate. I hate being like, just leave me the fuck alone. It's making the vacation like not a vacation. It's like all about hustling. That's what it is. You got to be careful. I think I need a break from Mexico for a bit, if I'm honest. I mean, it depends on the circumstances, but I don't think I'll go back to Cancun, though. I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it. It's just not what it's cracked up to be. Visually, very appealing. Very, very appealing. Beautiful oceans, beautiful water, beautiful beaches. Like, it's fucking nuts, but it's like humanity went in and fucking tarnished it. They ruined it. They blew it. But yeah, just very like lazy with everything. Just, and there, no like sorries, no none of that. No fixing any of the issues. It's just like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, we didn't get any discounts or refunds or anything. Nothing. Yeah, I would go to the UK. That is something I want to do. It's just so expensive. It's so expensive. Everything is so expensive. That's the thing. Like, Mexico was the affordable place to go. And now it's not affordable, really, when you think about what you're getting. It's like, man, I'll just do this. Like, this is better. I can still make myself a margarita and drink in this fictional land. No one's gonna know. How would they know? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know it. I'll just throw my trunks on. Like, this looks like the sun, sort of, doesn't it? See, it's kind of sunny. Just throw a tank on. You know what I mean? These beautiful sandy beaches. Everything is what you can make it if you're drunk enough. Kitty, are your feet still wet? Are your feet still wet? Let me see your feet. Let me see the feeties. Are those feeties wet? That's delicious. That's true. If I do go to the UK, I can just stay in your guys' flats, right? Would you guys? Well, who would house me? If I went to the UK, who would house me? Who would throw me up on their sofa, their couch, whatever you want to call it? I don't know. What do you guys call it there? We call it couches, Dad. Jesus Christ. We pay you to, yeah. You'll just start a fund, and you'll all just like let me sleep on the couch, and just make sure I don't get shanked. Because I know there's some places in the UK that are very dangerous, and if they know I'm Canadian, they'll take advantage of that shit. My cousin went to Canada my cousin went to Canada. Dumbass. My cousin went to the UK, London specifically, and he had a Canadian patch on his bag, and he got mugged. True story. He got mugged and robbed. And I'm like, oh man, they must have been big. He's like, no. The leader was a woman, and she was like 5'5". I'm like, bro, what the fuck? She had a blade. She had a blade. No, it's true story. He's like, yeah, we got robbed. He's like, I will never throw a Canadian patch on anything again, because if they know you're a tourist, they will fuck you up. You're a target. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Because the rule of thumb is, if you go to like Mexico or places in this kind of area and you rep Canada, they fucking love Canadians. Like, Mexican people love Canadians. It's completely different because it's like North American touristies, but we're nice, so it's different. So that's true. I guess that's true. Americans do pretend to be Canada, don't they? That's funny. I should just go to like Scotland or something. Scotland, Ireland. You know, Fox can put me up. You know, he can show me some of the best scotch in the area, right? Fox can drive me everywhere. And then we meet everybody up in the UK somewhere. I know the UK is huge, so maybe we'll go near the north. In the north. You know, Sheffield. That area. I don't know, is there anything to look at in Sheffield? They have a museum, don't they? Nice kitty cat. Very cute. The Island Full of Cats is a place I would love to go. They were very happy for us to return. Okay. Harley always sleeps with me at night, right? Like, she always snuggles in somewhere. Like, usually what she'll do is her majority sleeping position is between the legs. So I'll turn over and she'll go between the legs. You know, like the V section. Like, I usually sleep like this. So, like, my legs are like on the side. One's up here, one's over here. She loves that little nook. Cats love those triangular nooks. But lately, since we've been back, she's been like up here, like face to face and stuff. She's been kneading me. I've been waking up like, ow, fuck. Like, you know, it's been nonstop kneading. So it's been very nice. It's hard to sleep sometimes, but it's very nice at the same time. So it's worth it. Right, kitty? When we brought the kitten home, we were worried that she was going to be like, hey, I'm going to get jealous. She's actually been pretty good. Like, I mean, we've only had him for like 2 days. And at first, yeah, they were like, he's funny. He's going around growling at these cats. He was growling at them. It was really funny. But no, like within the last day, like yesterday, they've been like, she's always the one who's a little bit more unsure. And yeah, she's been letting him, like, they've been sniffing each other and stuff, and he hasn't been growling, and so therefore she reactionary hisses because he hisses at her. It's funny. But now he's not really doing that anymore, so they're actually getting along already. It's fast. Within 2 days, I'm like, fuck. When we introduced Rue and Harley together, that took a couple weeks, I think. But yeah, they were not happy with each other. But now that they're used to each other, and this is like a small specimen, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I should show you him in a minute. He's kind of like the finale. But nice kitty cat. Very cute. You're on the beach. So you're on the beach now. There were a lot of cats at the resort, by the way. They were adorable. They would come up, we'd pet them. I know we shouldn't, but we did. They were very friendly. Yeah, hold on. I'll have to get them. I'm just debating. I'm not really that hungry yet, so I don't know if I want to get lunch. But maybe but if I get lunch, apparently they're playing. Rue and Jones are playing right now. Well, sometimes it's funny because like having like ADHD and all this shit, it's so hard to stay on topic. So if I see something in a game, I get distracted. It takes me 30 years to finish. Even me just talking to you, it's like now, you know, even me just talking to you, I don't have, like, I still lose my train of thought sometimes, you know what I mean? But it hasn't happened as much because I'm able to I'm stimming, basically. You got this music playing. It's a solid screen. Well, it's not really solid. This is what I see. I have an animated desktop, so it's stimming. You see that? It's very nice. I'm stimming. I got some pasta. Got some pasta to eat. But I don't want to eat with, like, excuse me. I don't want to eat when I'm holding the cat. I want to be able to hold him. You know, show him to you. He's adorable. Anyway, so we'll just finish up the chat. So yeah, then we came home. Had to take a couple extra days on, man. I was fucking beat. Just needed to rewind because like I said, man, when I got home, it was I don't know. I just felt like even though we only went 2 hours ahead. 2 hours isn't a lot, but when you really think about it, 2 hours ahead is kind of a lot. Because when you're waking up at 8 a.m. Eastern time, because Cancun's on Eastern time, you're waking up at 8 a.m. and Eastern, that's 6 a.m. your time. Like, because I'm on Mountain, so that's 6 a.m. for me. It's like, what the fuck? So my body was all weirded. Nah, just drinks. I drank a lot. Not ridiculous. Like I said, I wasn't a clown. It's different when you can drink a lot more in the hot sun, because you basically sweat it out, right? So it's so much easier to you drink a lot. It's more of a challenge to like see how I was just trying to think of stuff to drink. I'm like, man, I've tried so many different cocktails right now. It's like, what is there to drink? And I'm like, oh, how can I get this? Like, oh, we can't make that. It's like, okay, how about this? One thing I will say, at one point I ordered quite a few margaritas, but like I said, their margarita was kind of like, you know, like I said, they just poured all tequila. It was like 75% tequila, and then they had their splooshes. One time, homeboy salted my rim properly. That sounds wrong. That sounds extremely wrong. He salted the rim correctly. He actually shook it in a shaker. They weren't doing that at all the entire trip. Like this, I think the second last day, he took it in a shaker and he shook the shit, and he poured it. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. This is a fantastic margarita, and it took you 5 days to make it this way. He salted my rim. He salted my rim properly, bro. It was pretty good. It was grand. Salt the rim. Right, Bubby? You're so cute. Nice baby. Out of context. Oh, mixed drinks. I'm not a huge fan of shots, honestly. I mean, I'll do them. I mean, I did a couple of tequila shots with Jay because it was his birthday and no one else does them. I was probably the most seasoned drinker there, though. I drink a lot. I don't know, that's something to be proud of. That was me. It was good, though. We had some really good drinks. And I knew some from my you know, past being in the Caribbean and stuff, so we were able to share things. And like I said, you talk with some people. Some people were cool, and the swim up bar is always fun. You know, you swim up, you order your drinks, and you go back to your fam, and you know what I mean? It's pretty good. Like, aren't these kitties so cute? Baby. Sorry. You guys just smell them? I think all cat owners smell their cats. It's delicious. Am I annoying you yet? She's like, never. Never. I'll have to get the other kitten in a second. I just want to make sure the stream is long enough, you know? I feel like there's more shit to talk about. But it's not coming to my mind right now because I'm distracted by the kitties. Right? Ooh. No. You're so sweet. Holy shit, Fire. How many times are you gonna ask me that? I was kind of ignoring it just to see how many times you'd ask me. Hey, Dan, you playing Skate? Dan, you playing Skate? Stop talking, Dan. Are you playing Skate? Is that ore? Are we sure that's not ore? I was Brad. I literally had this. I said this exact same thing right when your chat popped up. That's funny. I plan on actually replaying, to answer your question, I plan on replaying the trilogy this year, I think, because I want to hype it up again before the new Skate comes out. I know it's Skate 4. I know it's not. I hate when they just call things EA Skate, like they rebranded it again. So why do I have that? Why is it? Honestly, I just don't get it, man. I feel like I'm the only channel who gets people who make multiple accounts and pretends to be someone else. You know, why do people do that, man? It's like I thought it was just like one person for a while, but then you find out multiple people do it. And it's like, bro, I'm kind of over it. And it makes me want to be like, see ya. See you later, alligator. I mean, the thing is, that's what I mean. I've done a hardcore run of Skate 3 already. I did one of those. So I did, because I played Skate 3 twice for the channel when it first came out. And then when, and then I played it, I think, as a 5-year anniversary for the game. So in 2015, I played it again, on hardcore mode. So Yeah. Original Xbox skate games? There weren't any games on the original Xbox for skate. Unless you're talking about skateboarding. The first skate game was in 2007 on the 360. Kitty. One thing I've noticed... Okay, seriously, guys. I know this might be a little bit odd to... Okay. I didn't realize how luxurious the humidity in Mexico is on your skin. Like, I am plagued with dry skin. It doesn't, like, even, I don't know if you could tell. Here, I'll just show you my hand if you could see it. Can you see it? No, maybe not. Maybe this one's better. Probably can't tell. It's not focusing. But either way, my hands are dry. They're actually not terrible right now, but it's not uncommon for them to crack, like, in here and stuff, and they get bloody. And, like, even now, there's, like, a white layer of dry skin on here. As soon as I go in Mexico for, like, a day, it's all healed up. And it's like, everything's good. And I know you might not want to hear this, but you're going to hear it anyway. Shitting is so much easier because your butthole is softer. Seriously. Your skin on your anus is a lot softer, so it can stretch better. You know what I mean? Because, like, up here in the dry skin, it could be painful. Because it locks. Because it just tightens. And shreds and cracks. Right? So it's more painful up here in the dry air. But down in Mexico, it's just fucking, it's like a dream. I don't blame you guys if you leave me now. I'm sorry. Hey, Casey, I never said I would play it. I want to be very specific. I never said I would play Scarface. I said I might play it. I'll look it up first. If I said I've done research. Oh, yeah, it's true, man. I mean, at least it's true for me. Man, fire is really annoying. The thing is, this is why I took the extra few days. Because the attention seekers, I knew it. The thing is, I know the longer I delay it, though, the worse the attention seeking gets. And it's like, Danny, look at me, let me answer my question, answer my question. Dan? Hey, Dan, have you played KOTOR before? I don't know if you're familiar with it. Are you familiar with KOTOR? KOTOR? Do you know about it? Do you know anything about it? Anything about KOTOR? Are you familiar with that? Like one of the, you know, like, it's just like anything. Have you played Fallout before? You familiar with Fallout? Fallout 3? Fallout New Vegas? Fallout 4? Like, it's like, no, I'm not familiar with it. Kitty, you're so cute. Hi. You're so cute. Oh, did you hear that? She's never meowed on cam before. Did you hear that? I'm saving that. I'm going to play it back. Kitty! She doesn't meow much. She's got a very little... meow. Right? I'm so cute. What? See, I'm not playing a game now, so I can actually focus all my time on you. Right? Can you give them a purr? No, don't headbutt the mic. Yeah, he's gotta salt the rim. Or I guess you desalt the rim if you're in Mexico. I just came out of the ocean. Who wants to salt my rim? I'll give you a margarita with my anus. Ofek, tell you what, I'll play KCD2 if you play WMN. Okay? I'll play that if you play WMN with my nuts. The rim is softer. Dan, play Halo. Dan, you should play this game. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's called Super Mario Brothers. That's you know what, I don't get it. It's I feel like it's easier just to search the channel. Just be like, oh Dan, did you play this game? It's like, yeah, probably. Katie, look at all your hair you're leaving behind. I had cleaned this desk before I left. She stands on the desk once. It's all haired up again. That's the thing about having it. Doesn't matter how much you maintain it. I used to play Call of Duty like every day. That was like my most played game of like 2019 and 2020. Like I played Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the reboot in 2019. I played a lot of it with fans, and I played Cold War a lot with fans as well. You know. What's up, Davey? How you doing, bro? You play Dustborn. Someone actually asked me, they're like, Dan, can you go back to Dustborn? And I'm like, no. Anyway. So I think that's all I want. Sorry, I got super sidetracked. I think that's all I needed to talk about for the vacation. Overall, I'll just sum it up before we get too sidetracked. Overall, it was nice to get away. The unfortunate truth is I feel like it added stress in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, I feel like it added more than it de-stressed. I found I was the most chill and having a good time hanging out with the friends and family. You know, it was all fam. Let's be honest, it was all family. Hanging out with the fam. You know, just seeing the sights, having some drinks. You know, swimming in the pool. That was my favorite bit. Just chill days, having a good breakfast, swimming in the pool, having a good dinner. You know. Having a day drinking, you know, buzzing out. That was the most fun, and that I love. But there was just so much shit in between that just kind of made you be like, man, that really sucked. I really wish that didn't happen. But it is what it is. I love how dude is trash talking me. Like he wants me to play it, but just so he can but because I'm like making fun of him, like. He's like, I don't even know what the fuck it is. KCD2? Okay, cool. I could say the same thing. You don't even know how to understand a vagina. You know? Because you don't even know what it looks like. So, we can go there. What is that? Seriously, what is KCD? What is that? Can someone fill me in? Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, so when people abbreviate everything, it's like Elementa P. Dan, have you ever played KLMN KLZ 55A.5? You wouldn't even know any double MPs on the OXYs with the WCDs. You wouldn't even be able to WTBB over the WTC over the 2-squared bridge. Get good strats. The Elemental Ps and the QRS UVs. God, get good, Dan. You wouldn't even understand what those were. Monkey, have you not had enough yet? You wouldn't even understand it, bro. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. You don't even get it. The kitten curls. Yeah. Shoulder press, baby. Look at the feet. Look at the feet, Case. No, release. All that hair. Anyways. Did it hurt? I guess. Certain points. You get used to it. But yeah, you get used to tattoos. Worst spots? People ask me that. The worst spots ever. People think it's the elbow. Nah. Honestly, when you get elbowed, It just, I will say it's a weird feeling, but it doesn't hurt that much. When you get elbowed, and like when you get that right spot right on the bone, your whole body is just vibrating. It is a really weird experience. Like when it gets the bone, it's like that bone is connected to every bone in your body, and it like just sends the vibration through. It's like a current. What hurts? Whoo, this right here. That ain't fun. That ain't fun. This bit can go die in a fire. That stuff ain't it. And maybe if I'm talking elbow, areas around the elbow, like not the elbow itself, but like in this is a general region. Everything on the outside of the arm, nothing. Because think about it, your body's meant to absorb like bumps and nicks on the outside, but the inside's fleshier, right? So, you know, anything small is easy. The way I look at it, if you're settling in for a long tattoo, the first 10 minutes and the last hour and a half are the worst. Because the first 10 minutes, you're kind of like, oh, what's going on? What's going on? And your body's like, okay, I got this, fam. Don't worry. It like takes a second for your body to realize what's happening. And it's like, oh, I'm going to fix this shit. Like once it realizes what's going on, all the blood starts being pumped to that area and it starts numbing it. And eventually you get to a point where it's just like, it just feels like a sharp massage vibration. And it's just like, at one point I fell asleep one time. People say that's not possible. No, it is. It just depends where you're getting it done. I don't have any rib tattoos, but I hear ribs are absolutely horrendous. So it just depends. And then the thing is, everyone's numbing cream everything now. Fucking hair everywhere. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Oh fuck, I don't know, bro. I don't know if it's really relevant for me to tell you how much it was, because it's not really comparable. Because I got it years ago. And I don't even, to be honest, I don't even remember how much I paid. Like in total. I just know that this one took like 30 to 40 hours. I can't remember. But it was a lot of time. But leg sleeve wasn't as long because it was less ink. Fucking hell. So much white cat hair everywhere. Jason, I hope that's a joke, bro. Bro, seriously. Every day. Literally every day. Every fucking day. There's somebody. Every day. Every stream I get annoyed at somebody. Did what? Fan playing. Oh. I just haven't had... No, I'd say it got ruined. I mean, I guess I've learned a bit of it about it. And I'm more careful about what I allow in it, but I just haven't really had anything to co-op with. The one thing I do play a lot of is in the member streams, fans play with me all the time. But you got to be a member, unfortunately, to do it. But it's basic member. You just got to be a basic to be able to watch the stream. And yeah, and then everyone is able to join. Everybody. But the thing is, most people don't take advantage of that and they don't join. Like, it's funny. Sometimes we'll be in there and we have enough people, but some people just want to watch and they don't want to participate. So, yeah, there is that. Anyway. Hey, Cav. Thanks, man. It depends. It depends on your location. The basic one, the entry one is $1, so 99 cents. The basic one, I believe I have it set to, is it $2.99 or is it $1.99? I think it's $1.99 because I think it's a double. I think I made each one basically like double. And then it's $5 for the third tier and then $10 for the fourth tier. And Cavian is back in the fray. Makes sense. I don't blame you for waiting. Thank you, man. I expected that a lot of people would be waiting. There we go. Haven't had to do that in a hot second. Obviously, we have a member stream. No, there's been no member stream yet because I've been away the entire month of February so far. This is my first stream back in February. Keep in mind, because I left January 30th. So my last stream was January 29th, and this is my first stream back. So we haven't done anything. So. But yeah. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I'm thinking, because the thing is, it might feel a lot longer since we've done one, because when you think about it, December's and January's were both done within days of each other. So like December, I think I did it on like the 31st or something, 30th maybe, 30th, 31st, and then I did it on like the 2nd. So it's been a while, but it was in January. I still have a bunch of February. Oh, 100%, Fox. Yeah, 100%. I haven't fully landed on a definitive plan for what I want to do. I will say that things are... I want to take away as little as I can. I might have to modify certain things just because things are getting a bit too expensive, you know, for the members. Like, I mean, in terms of, like, prizes, you know what I mean? Because I would give away 2, there'd be 2 winners. I might have to drop to 1. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to do the shirt. The shirts are actually a pain in the ass, believe it or not. I thought they'd be easier, and they are, but there's such a huge wait time just because I don't have the tools at my disposal. Because like I said, all the equipment I have is at my mother-in-law's house, and we don't go out there every time. She's not in the city. Like, they're not in the city. They're out of town. So not far out of town, like 30 minutes out of town, but still, it's still a thing, right? And it doesn't make sense for me to go out there to print 1 shirt, so it makes more sense to print like multiple. By the way, I don't know if there's any members here who were waiting on a shirt. I mailed them before I left. So you should get them any minute. So if you've been waiting on a shirt, you should get it soon. So ouch. But yeah, I don't want to change anything just yet. Salt my rim. Honestly, that would be a good shirt to sell just in general. Yeah, maybe. The only downside with that is people can't really choose the game. And there's just so many factors because a lot of people, what do you call it? A lot of people, Jesus, Dan, brain. I love how this hasn't changed, you know? My loss of memory is brutal. Right, because people don't, like, it's so unique with what their requirements are for games. Like, some people don't have, like, I've had people enter a giveaway and they don't have the console. So they'll be like, oh, it's a code for PlayStation, it's a code for PC. I don't have one. I'm like, do you have anything? No. Why'd you enter then? Someone else who does have those things, maybe would have liked to win, but now they can't. And that just makes me want to go, fuck, I'm repicking. Don't be like that. Now no one can be just going to sell the code. So that's probably what they're trying to do. That's what I mean. You have to be, there are rules that apply. But if you can, I always say redeem the code immediately. That you'd be actually really surprised at how much, at how many people do that. Or try and cheese you in some way. Giveaways are so finicky. I should just give Dustborn to the most annoying person in the chat. There should be like a losers panel, and then you get Dustborn. That'd be funny. Oh yeah, that's not what I mean though. It's like crossplay is one thing, but like there's people who don't have the code I'm giving. So if I have a copy on PlayStation, they'll enter the code and they don't have a PlayStation, so they can't play it. So why are you entering for that? And they'll be like, oh, I don't have one, but I figured I'd enter anyway. It's like, well, that's just douchey if you ask me, you know? So. You know. Well, thanks, Noel. I do try, because the thing is, I feel like you don't know what you're getting, but the thing is, it has its downsides too. I'm very reactionary. I'm a very reactionary person, because the thing is, if someone's nice to me, I've always said this, and this is genuinely true, I will be equally or double as nice to you, especially in person. Especially in person. That goes way more so in person. I feel like if someone's nice to me, and could strike up a conversation, bro, I will be like your best friend within minutes. But like, as soon as anybody's a dick in any fashion, whether it be online or if it's in person, it's like, get the fuck out of my face. You know what I mean? Like, immediately. Like, I don't care. And honestly, it's a very simple thing. You can be my friend just by being nice. It's very, very simple. So, I will say, I could be better. Sometimes I get irritated at stuff and people aren't trying to be mean. They're not being mean, but they might say something that irritates me and it comes off a certain way. And then I can understand that, but it's a learning experience. It's a learning experience. But there are a lot of people who like expect me to, you know, like they can say whatever they want and then they're shocked. Like, what was that comment I got? Like, literally, I'm ready to come back on Monday. And which honestly contributed to me wanting an extra day just to hang out with my wife, basically. Was like, what did I say? Someone made a comment saying like, what a sad existence making videos like this. I thought he meant like in this quality, but he just meant playing video games and like uploading video game content. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, I don't know what the fucking reasoning for that would be. Like, it's like, really, you just go around telling people that, bro? You literally, it's just fun because it's funny because like these people, you know nothing of them. They're hiding. They always hide. And like I said, it's an almost 100% guarantee that whatever somebody says negatively about you is a projection of something that they're insecure about. It just makes so much sense. So it's like, okay, you're running down me posting videos like this because you're upset that I'm able to make a living off of it. They're like, oh, it's not fair that I have to, you know, whatever he does. But they forget that I did that. That's what I mean. People think that like what this is just happened, and they just assumed I magically got handed a subscriber base, and they completely forget the point that for years I did this and worked a full-time job where I got like no time off. My 1 day off or my 2 days off, I basically spent doing this. I took 1 day to myself and the rest I spent working daily. So after I got off from work, I'd work on a YouTube video and then I'd upload it. Get up, work 12 hours, YouTube video. Have a day off, work it on YouTube exclusively to get as much content as I could. That's what I did for fucking years. And people just assume that you just like fell into it. It's like, bro, I earned this shit. Am I not allowed to like, I mean, I've been doing this for fucking ever now, man. It's been almost 10 years. No, I mean, it's been over 10 years. Sorry. It's been over 10 years. I've been doing this full time for over 10 years now, officially. I quit my full-time job in November of 2014. And we're in February 2025. It's fucking wild, bro. Yeah, it was a long thing. Honestly, it was like, I did it all in my young years too. So, I mean, to be fair, it was a different time, and I was, I was kind of in between figuring out what I wanted to do, because I went to college for a semester, or not a semester, a year, 2 semesters I went, and I wasn't into it, so I changed course, I changed direction, and I'm like, hey, let's work for a bit, and let's think about this, and then it just fell into it. That's what happened. What's up, Surreal? You're an Alberta boy as well? What up? Whereabouts you from? Hopefully not Calgary, because then we can't talk to each other. I'm just kidding. I think the rivalry is really funny. Some people who take it so seriously, it's just hilarious. I never get any. The people who, like, when you show up to like enemy territory with your jersey on, and there's people who actually are trying to beat you up. Those people are so fucking pathetic, small dick energy motherfuckers. It's like, man, let them cheer for their team. Who cares? Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying, oh, you're just shouting out. Oh, you're shouting out. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I misunderstood that. I've been to Oregon many years ago, actually. I went to, I took a trip with my family when I was like 15 or 14, something like that. I think 14. And we did a West Coast U.S. tour. We're in Alberta, so we went over to BC, came down, Washington, Oregon, and then down into Northern California, saw the redwoods, all that cool shit. We ended up stopping. Unfortunately, the only thing I really remember about Oregon besides the scenery, we did stop in Portland. There's this one random image I have of being in Portland. I just remember the street. I can't remember what was on the street, but I remember the angle of the building I was looking at. I just remember that, being in the back of the truck, looking up on the street and remembering this. It's been in my, when I think of Portland, that's what I remember. And that's all I know. I don't know where it was, what we were doing in there. It's just weird. It's like one of those random fucking memories. So technically I've been to Portland, but I don't remember what the fuck we did there. Very scenic tour. It was a beautiful, beautiful drive. But yeah, we stopped. We weren't in there long. Like, we were on, like, driving through Portland. I don't think we stayed there. We were driving because we were doing a camping trip. So we did all the scenic routes shit. We saw the good stuff. I just can't remember why we stopped in Portland. I think it was on the way to our next ground. Oh shit. Sorry, Annie. I've been waiting on the cat too long. Tell you what, here's what we'll do. I will come back. I'll get my food. I'll eat downstairs, and I will, I'll eat quick, and I'll bring the cat up. How's that sound? So give me like 10 minutes, and I'll bring the cat up. You can see him. Oh yeah, this is Ohio for sure. Okay, I will be back. Sorry. I don't really have a break thing. You'll just look at the beach. I should play waves in the background, maybe. Soothing waves. Okay. Sorry, y'all, we're back.
Where's the specimen?
I come bringing gifts.
Hey, buddy.
Got him. Look at this man. He's green screened out. Look at him. Look at this specimen. Stop getting green screen. Hi, buddy. You're so cute. Oh. Are you gonna purr? The one time he's not purring. This cat is like the most affectionate little kitten ever. Buddy. Hi. Mmm. He's delicious. I wish I could switch cam and like throw him on the floor and let him play a little bit, but there he is. Buddy, do something. Do something interesting. Little bundle of fluff. Anyway, so this is Jones. He is a orange tabby. Oh. Did I get it? Hi, buddy. He's honestly probably one of the most affectionate cats I've seen. Like it's interesting because like he will, like, normally when you come up to him, like you touch him once and he starts purring. It's really adorable. He doesn't seem yet to have any favorites. He seems to like hang out with everybody. And come on, buddy. Do you see me? Like he'll move from person to person and just like play with them and cuddle them and stuff, and then he'll like switch, and he's constantly moving. Sorry, buddy, we're not ready yet. I must display you. But yeah, he is how old is he? 4.5 months, I'd say. Technically he was a rescue. He was found, so we adopted him, and when he was found, he was like his litter was essentially feral. So he's come a long way. He's very adorable. And I knew that if we ever got a orange tabby that was a male, we'd name him Jones. Some people might get the reference, some might not. If you know me, you'd know the reference. Yeah, he is purring. I could feel the vibrato. He's too feisty. I don't know if you could hear the purrs or not. You're so cute. He's very cute. Look at this man's. He's a dangler too. It's hefty. Buddy. That's very good. Very cute. Okay, you want to run free?
You run free? What are you doing?
He's scoping the place out. Yeah, actually, he has been getting along quite well so far. We've had him. This is the 3rd day, I guess, technically, since he's been here. And where you going, buddy? He'll be back. He comes back. So it's the 3rd day. And at first, he was a little skittish with the other cats. Like Harley was the one I was actually worried about the most. She's always been a little standoffish. Like when we first introduced her and Rue together, she was very, very she was very, very like they hated each other. Like they were like, you know, like the worst visual. If you could picture a cat doing it, that's what they were doing to each other. And they were like opposite ends. If one of them got stuck in a corner, that would be the worst thing ever. But yeah, but this guy, he would hiss at them or growl at them, and Harley naturally would do it back. But like within yesterday, it's like, okay, starting to come around a little bit. Like they would sniff each other, and he's starting to bump their heads. You can tell he's just loving the environment, and he just loves it here, which is great. And we found out the person we adopted them from, like she's a foster, like a foster family or whatever for cats. and she was saying he was basically like the worst out of all of them. Like out of all the cats, he was the most like aggressive. He was like basically as close you get to feral as possible, and he was in survival mode. And yeah, he's complete opposite. It's adorable. He's like, so far he seems a little cray cray. He's orange cat behavior at times, yes, and I'm sure that'll get crazier, but I've always wanted an orange cat. And like I said, we named him Jones because, well, again, I'll explain the reference since some folks don't know. Some people thought it was because of Indiana Jones. It's not what it is, although that is one of his nicknames. He already has quite a few nicknames. Dr. Jones, we call him. I often sing the Aqua song, Dr. Jones, you know, around him. Jones, Jones, calling Dr. Jones. But no, his name is Jones because that was the orange tabby's name in Alien. So if you guys have seen the first 2 Alien films, Jones is the cat that was on board. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. So I knew if I got an orange tabby, I'm calling him Jones. So that's what it was. So, carrots. So yeah, that's Jones. He was pretty cool. Again, he was a little unsure at first, but like within the last day, he's come out of his shell. So, I mean, he was always very curious and friendly. Like he would, like the moment we like brought him here, he would start exploring, and you know, like I said, you go up and pet him, he purrs instantly. Like it just turns it on, you know, and yeah, like I said, he'll like, we were like, who's gonna be the favorite? And Ava was like in her bedroom, so we got a bit more time with Jones. And so he was sitting with Mel, laying on Mel's chest, cuddling, and then he just jumps down. And he sees me, he jumps up and sits with me. And finds his nook, falls asleep, wakes up, plays, comes back up. He stayed with me a lot yesterday. And then he went into Ava's room and just slept with her for a bit. Like, it's hilarious. I don't think he has a favorite. I think he's just happy to be with all of us. And that's very rare for... Like, well, usually a cat picks a favorite and the rest are kind of the spares. Like, ergo, like Harley, I'm her favorite, naturally. Rue's favorite is Mel. But they both, like, love us, but they will always go to us. You know what I mean? The respective parents, so to speak. So this one, Jones is a little bit on the third playing field. We'll see. We'll see. To be honest, I wasn't really prepared to have a third. I didn't think I would ever need, like, I thought 2 was kind of the max at one time. But Mel kept sending me like adoption videos and photos. I'm like, Jesus, these cats are adorable. And then I saw them, I'm like, fuck, man. Let's check them out. So we go check them out. I'm like, we have to get that cat. I'm sorry. So, yeah, he's keeping his options open. Or he's just hustling all 3 of us. You know? So, no more than this, though. I can't do more than 3 at a time. That'd be insane. There was like a couple. There was like a couple of... there was like a siblings, and they were like inseparable. They were basically like twins. They had slightly different spot patterns, but like they were both like doing whatever one would do, the other one would do the exact same thing at the same time. So if one's lying on his side, he's lying on his side. If he's loafing, he's loafing. If he's playing, he's playing. And but you had to get them both, and for understandable reasons. I'm like, we can't do 4 cats. That's too many. House would smell like ass. I mean, we're pretty good at keeping everything clean, vacuuming and isolating litter boxes, keeping them scooped, all that kind of shit. Some people are not. Some people are very much not. So, I'm sure, because you ever walk into someone's house who has a lot of cats, and it's just like, I'm glad our house doesn't smell like that. My apartment did sometimes, because it's such a small place, and I just had Harley back then. Didn't matter how much you cleaned, it was so confined. Like, oh, who's back? Jonesy. Did you hear the meow?
Come here, buddy.
Come here. Hi. You want to jump up? Want to jump up, buddy? I know you can jump. Come here. Come here. Come on. That's it. Jump. You can do it, buddy. He just wants to get up, but I want him to do it because I know he can do it. Come here, buddy.
Jonesy, come here. Jump up.
That's it. Yep. There you go. Good boy. How you doing? Oh, it's my little man. All purrs have been engaged. Hi, buddy. Show the people once again. He's so cute, man. Look at this fucking face. Look at this face. Oh, little heartbeats are going. You're so cute, man. The Simba thing. Ah, Squenya.
Look at the feet. Jesus Christ.
You're so cute, man. We'll figure out a holding pattern. Each cat has their own way of holding, and I have yet to figure out one he likes. I feel off to play. I really should have just done this stream like on my phone. That way I could literally flip the camera and play and all that. Fixed camera setups are nice because you don't have to do anything. You can just like, you know. But I don't know if YouTube allows you to what do you call it? I don't know if YouTube allows you to I don't even remember what I'm trying to say. Allows you to switch on the fly to a phone. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna see if you can do that. Like add like a third camera. I don't think you can without a streaming software. Let's see. I don't think so. No, it'll just be a separate stream because it's a different device. So it'll be on the same account, but it'll be a Switch stream. Oh, Jones, I forgot. I might need a thumbnail. Buddy, you want to come back? We'll do a thumbnail. Jones, I'm just eating fucking vegetables. Jonesy. Come here, buddy. I'm gonna ask if I can just screen grab the Simba. Simba was a good one. It's like he came with us on vacation. Anyway, so fortunately it's been pretty good. There's a moment where yesterday? Yeah, yesterday we couldn't find him. He hid in the basement. We did find him, obviously. But he got a little bit lost. He was exploring in the middle of the night, and that was our fault. We should have left the door. We should have closed the door. We forgot to close the basement door. He'll go, like, that's where we keep the litter, but we'll eventually move him down there once he gets a little bit more confident. You know? So, yeah. So that's Jones. I'm sure you'll see a lot more of him as time goes on. Oh my god, Dan. You should have stayed in Mexico. I don't have to watch and listen to you fucking eat. You piece of shit, scumbag bitch. Yeah. Taste my carrots. That's what people are doing in Mexico as well. Oh man, this burger is good. You know what was fucked up? It became a kind of a running joke throughout the trip. We saw people, instead of using towels to like save a seat, they would lay out chicken wings or chicken strips. You know what I mean? Like, so there'd be like a chair with a chicken strip on the end. We thought it was so fucking hilarious. Man. Got the swimming pool with the chicken strips. It was so fucking fucked up. And there's always a shortage. You know what I mean? There's always a shortage of like food. Oh, we ran out of this. We ran out of that. And then people waste them and leave them on the edge. They take 40 orders and they eat like half of them. Which is a lot. But they're like, oh, I'm going to take 40 because I can. I know, Brad. That's what I mean. Like, the trip did make me realize how much I miss home. But, as I said, having a nice, warm night out and just chilling with the fam and, you know, sun is shining, birds are chirping, dogs barking. Hell, for all I know, there could have been a chipmunk in the bushes humping a turtle. You gotta be careful with them chipmunks. If they hump anything, See if you can get where that's from. Yes, I am, Eric. Sitting on the beaches of Hawaii. Streaming. I brought my chair with me. Brought my mic with me. I brought my carrot sticks with me. Got them from the bar over there. I ordered a coconut. You know, filled with a nice tropical beverage. Should be along any minute. That's the plan. I might have to, you know, start getting a little physical here. Because I've been waiting for over 3 hours now. I don't have my coconut. I have to go up to the bar for these. Can you believe that? Yeah, I would try surfing, but as you can see, these waves ain't moving. I don't think I'd be able to surf in them. Maybe if I just... Nah, not working. Not enough strong enough breeze. Maybe when they pick up a little bit. Maybe. We'll see what happens. I mean, I could. I didn't build no sandcastles. Some kids built some sandcastles. I'm a 34-year-old man. We don't build sandcastles. We dig holes. Big fucking holes. That's what we do. Big ass fucking holes. You see any dolphins? Fuck, I pet a dolphin. True story. I have officially in my life can physically say that I got hit in the nuts by a dolphin. That happened. I forgot to mention that. He clipped the nut. He clipped the left nut when he's swimming by. What do you call the tail? Like, what do you call that shit? Which fin is that? This is the dorsal fin. What's the one? He was swimming by doing his little fucking shit. He went. He got the nut a little bit. I was like, oh! But it was underwater, so you know how things are slowed down a little bit? Yeah, it was a little bit nut. I got a little bit nutted. That's what I told him. You know what's interesting? And this is not gay, by the way. I'm just saying. So we got to see the female dolphin. And she's like, "Hey, they literally let you pet them. Amazing skin. It's so soft. It's crazy. It's like, dude, what exfoliant do you use?" Apparently, they shed their skin I think, every day. I can't remember. They shed their skin daily. I think like every 8 hours or something, they get a new skin. And anyway, so we had the female for our demonstration, and she's like, I'll show you the belly and you can see all the stuff. And we saw the female, and she's like, the male would have this, but this is a female. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I kind of want to see a dolphin dick. I'm not going to lie. I did say that to my fam. I was like, hey, anybody else need to see a dolphin dick just to see what it looks like? And to my great surprise, one group with a male dolphin finished their little excursion a little bit early and swam over. And she's like, we now have 2 dolphins, which you actually have to pay more for. So we got a free dolphin for the price of 1. And I was like, I got to see this dude's dick. What's it look like? Dude swam by me. Wouldn't you fucking know it? This son of a bitch has a coin purse. They have a coin purse. And she said it's for aerodynamics. When they time to use it, they untuck it from their purse and they put it back so they can swim faster. I'm like, fuck, that's smart. We can't do that. Seriously, it's just, I'm looking at it, I'm like, where's the dick at? And it's a longer slit. So like the females was like this. And the males was like that. And I'm like, it's hidden in there. Can we see it? Can you just... Is that possible? Or would he get aggressive? I was curious. I'm like, coin purse in it. That makes sense. Because you never see a dolphin jump out of the water. You see its cock and balls just dangling. That would... Every impact. It makes so much sense. But yes, that was my thought too. I knew dolphins they're rapists. Dolphins can be quite the rapists, but these ones were super chill. So he must have busted a nut earlier already. Oh, this is a dolphin jizz, actually. Ah. 30 grams of protein. Man, this shit gets so unhinged. I told you guys. This is my alternate personality. It's a bit gay. That's fine. I don't mind it. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Being gay as an insult, like someone saying you're gay, is the most unoffensive thing in the world to me. You can call me as gay as you want to call me. I think it's just funny. Being gay is not offensive to me. It's not. Because I'm not insecure about it anyway. That's the thing. People who get upset when you call them gay aren't sure if they're gay. I know I'm not gay. But I don't mind. I'm in touch with my feminine side, boy. That's right. Everyone should be. Don't be ashamed of that. I remember someone said something. I saw this post. It's like carrying a lunch is the opposite of masculine. Having a lunch bag, a thing to hold your food that you bring to work, is not masculine. So you got these dudes raw dogging their chicken strips in their pockets. They got spaghetti in their pockets. But the guy who keeps that in a nice container to keep the heat in, lint free, you know, it's wild to me. That is like, people need to fucking chill. Yeah. So very. Can you imagine if like Mel's like, I fucking hate his personality, but I guess I'll marry him. I can't stand his personality. Yes, I do. I do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do annoy the ever-loving shit out of her. It's true. But it does go both ways. There are many times where she annoys the hell out of me. It's a 50-50 street. Okay, no, it's a 70-30 street. It's mostly me. Because what you guys see, that's just a small fraction of it. I give her way more. And Ava, too. I drive Ava fucking nuts. It's so fun, though. Oh, yeah, we fuck around. It's funny. We have a good time. Except, one thing that bothers her is my memory, though. My memory's the straw. I'm like, bro, and she calls me autistic and stuff. She's like, Daniel, I think you're autistic. And I'm like, what? I don't know about that. And then she brings up all these examples, and I'm like, holy fuck, I think I am. Who's that? Oh, Harley's back. Hi, Bubby, come here. No, I don't want the hair up there anymore. Bye. Hello. I just cleaned it. Sorry, monkey. I just wiped it. I'll pet you from below or above. Don't even play with that thing. Here. Kitty.
Kitty?
No, John, a lunchbox is gay. That's what I'm saying. It's gay to have a lunchbox now. Dude, she tells me that every day. She tells me, like, I'm autistic almost daily. And you know what's funny is, like, the more and more I think about it, like, you know what I mean? You think about it, I've always just been like, I have OCD, and which is true, I do. But when you really, really think about it, there are some things that are beyond OCD, and they're like, they're just a little bit extra. Like, you know how, like, people with autism have, like, a very specific way of talking sometimes? Like, I think mine's a little bit different, but, I look at it, I'm like, that does fall into that category. You know what I mean? Like, for example, when iPods were still a thing, like when people, I remember when I was in high school, I got my first iPod. High school? Yeah, because in 9th grade, I had my first MP3 player. My first MP3 player in junior high, 9th grade. In Canada, 9th grade is still junior high. High school starts at 10. So anyway, I had an iRiver. Did anybody know of the iRiver? Do you remember the brand iRiver? Mine was like a red triangular cylinder. So it was like this long, and it was a triangle. You could fit maybe about 25 to 30 songs on it. And I had a rotation. And yeah. So anyway, when I got my first iPod in, I think, 10th grade, it was an iPod video. And I remember that was the year that they introduced album art covers and all this other features and shit. I never used it for the video, by the way. I never did. But I remember I had to label everything exactly. So there was a time where everything, because it's a song title, all the words, the first words had to be capitalized. All of the genres had to be exactly as they were. So I would look up, you know, like whatever genre that album was, and the album would be specifically catered to that genre. So, like, I'm not talking, like, I wouldn't just cater my shit as rock or metal or hip-hop. It would always be the specific version, you know? So it would be, let's see, I don't know, like melodic hardcore, post-grunge, or alternative metal. And if it was multiple, I'd have to have both of those there. And for some reason, I had to switch up all of the ands. Like all the ands. So if there's any song title that had the word and in it, my ands would become an ampersand, not an and. So the word and would be switched to an ampersand. And I would literally go through thousands of songs and make sure that all my ands were ampersands, which means and. Because I did one of them with an ampersand, and one of the songs had an ampersand, the rest had to have an ampersand. And I couldn't sit until I did that. I was driving me nuts. I had to do it. And I realized it was my stim. That's a term I discovered over the week, stimming. A what? Oh, do you mean, oh wait, John, are you asking about like tariffs, like putting tariffs on goods, like what Trump is doing? Because that's TERIFF. Is it? I don't know if that's what you're asking about. But that is essentially a tax on imports and exports. Ironically, Trump is putting tariffs on Canadian goods coming into the nation, which is making it very, very expensive. Or what is it? Sorry. Yeah, so if we want to sell shit to the States, it forces the American side to pay a huge fee on that. So stuff they need or whatever, so they end up getting it elsewhere. So therefore, it's a huge hit to our economy, meaning everything goes up in price for us. Ironically, what Homeboy doesn't understand, this is what I don't get about Trump, is like, he's a businessman, but he doesn't understand that we actually trade more with them than they do with us. Like a lot, like more, that's, well, not, I don't mean like that. Like, we have more essential shit, like electricity, oil, all that shit primarily comes from us. So what Trudeau is actually doing is reverse tariffing the states. So therefore, shit that they require and he doesn't realize they require, because for some reason Americans think that they literally run everything. I mean, they are a superpower, but they don't. I don't know. The whole thing is just stupid to me. I mean, Trump didn't really bother me in office. Yes, he's a bigot, he's racist, he's an idiot, but the memes are hilarious. But it didn't really affect me. But now that this is affecting me, and like potentially how much it's gonna cost me to do shit, like things go up in price, right? So I don't know why he's trying to alienate one of the longest running partnerships in the world. You know what I mean? Like, we've been the state's closest ally for forever. I don't get it. I don't know why he's alienating everybody. It's crazy to me. Oh yeah, no, yeah. What people are doing is like, what they've actually done in Canada here is it literally every product says where it's from now. That way you know what you're buying. Everyone's buying the Canadian made shit. They're not buying the American stuff. So like, they are, so like, I mean, I already knew which brands were Canadian and American, but it's ironic because Mel and I were at Costco on the weekend, and they're like labeling, oh, this is a product of Canada, product of Chile, product of this, product of that. It's like, oh, we gotta buy the we gotta buy the Canadian products. And then Mel's like, we're literally in Costco. Costco's American. Doesn't matter. Like, you got a point, actually. We are in an American chain right now. So if you drink any coffee places, if you want to support Canadian and you're in Canada, people are like, oh, go to Tim Hortons. Don't go to Tim Hortons. It's not Canadian anymore. You got to go to Second Cup. Starbucks is American. Tim Hortons was Canadian, and then it got sold to Burger King. It's American. So, ironically, that's why there's more, I don't know if you noticed, some places might be seeing Tim Hortons around, and you never saw it before. It's not the real thing. I grew up with the real thing. What you guys are seeing now is not Tim Hortons. It's a shell of its former self. It's garbage. That is not what we grew up with. When I was a kid, going into Tim Hortons in the fucking 90s, they had the retro design. They baked fresh their donuts every morning. All their baked goods was baked the night before, like early in the morning, like at 5 a.m. for the day. The coffee provider was different. The original coffee provider, believe it or not, for Tim Hortons went to McDonald's. So if you want Tim Hortons coffee, you go to McDonald's. True story. But like I said, Second Cup is a true Canadian chain. Some of you probably don't even know what Second Cup is. It's actually not bad. They have some good holiday drinks. I find their holiday stuff's pretty good. Anyway. But again, I think it's just a way of, and what's funny is the whole reason for the tariffs to begin with, it's because of the border issues, like people getting into the States via the Canadian border and the Mexican border. So he's trying to put tariffs on both the nations, and he's like, they're talking about like, there's a fentanyl problem. It's like, bro, where do you think the fentanyl came from? Canada? You think we're making fentanyl up here, bro? We are now, but we weren't. Came from the fucking States, dog. It's a parasite. It is random. It is a random stream. I mean, I had a couple of things in mind to talk about. I didn't think I'd have enough time to have a full stream, but shows what I know. This channel update is evolved. This is the kind of shit we've talked to. We've done stuff like this for member streams, though. You know? So. It is what it is. But. Trying to remember, there was something else I was going to talk about. Trying to remember what it was. I had one more topic I was going to discuss before I went. I'll state again. I have had no sorry, what am I trying to say? I haven't had any thought. I've been literally just planning the streams and trying to figure out what games I could play. Because the thing is about that video is I have to be in the right frame of mind for it, and I have to be balls deep in it. The problem is I've been away from gaming for a bit, right? So I've got to get pissed off at video games again. So I gotta let the shit happen, and I gotta let the games annoying stuff happen. I feel like I make my best rant-based videos shortly after something annoys me. Like all those old rant videos I used to do back then, they were all shortly after I'm pissed off, I gotta vent this right now, and I would literally turn the camera on right as something happens. So it's very reactionary. So, but yeah, the state of gaming video, I definitely want to do it. You know what the problem is? I am a very anxious person, which that was the topic. My crippling depression. I joke, but yeah, I joke to cover up the pain. That sounds really sad. No, but it's something I was going to mention. Mental state was important. That was the other one. I don't know how I forgot that. We'll get into that in a second. So yeah, so one of the things, because of the anxiety, I've had so many people say, you're a grown-ass man, you're like 34 years old. It's like, bro, that's the reason it sucks so much. I have so much fucking trauma. There's so much shit you guys don't know about me. Like, there's so much that I've never told people. There's so much shit I've, like, from my youth, like, both, like, as a kid, as a teenager. There's so much shit you guys don't know about me. I've never told anybody. I've told people close to me. My wife knows, and my kid knows, stuff like that. But there's certain things I've just never discussed. So without knowing that, I don't think people could really fully understand. You know what? This ain't right. 1 second. This is 1 second. Hold on. I've got to set this right. Hold on. Bear with me. Before I get it. There we go. The mood had to be right. Change the theme song up. It was too happy. It's got to be serious now. Anyway, now I made it funny again. I made light of it. Anyways, so this is the music I use whenever I talk in a serious video. I've used this song for so long. I have a bunch of songs. I got like 6 or 7 songs that I cycle, depending what video I'm making. The reason I don't change them is because I paid for the rights to these videos many years ago, and it's the only ones I have rights to, and I stopped paying for them. So I still get the rights for it, but like I don't pay for new rights, so I just reuse the old ones. Anyway, so yeah, that was why I think a lot of things, like I probably look like a fucking basket case half the time. You know what I mean? Like whenever I make a stream, like I feel like I'm so easily thrown off my game, and a lot of folk will tell me to just ignore stuff or don't give people the time of day. And based on past trauma, it's so much harder to do that than you think. This thing is like literally embedded in my psyche, this kind of reactionary shit. So it's like, it's a big reason why I took a few extra days when I came home. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the Friday, there's no fucking way I would have been able to stream. I was exhausted. And like I said, I don't want to be like, oh, I was jet lagged, you know, and I didn't, like, I only went 2 hours in the future. But it is different when you go from a very, very cold to a very, very warm back to a cold climate. It is exhausting on the body, right? Because it keeps changing. It's like traumatic for the body. So I needed that extra day just to sleep. So I'd already planned to be like, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back Monday. But honestly, I honestly ran. Well, right now I'm not bad, but like there was a state of like on like Saturday and Sunday where I hit a brick wall and like everything dropped. Like I don't know if you guys have been around. A lot of you have been around long enough where like you probably notice I have highs and lows a lot. So I feel like I might. I don't want to say I don't think I'm bipolar, but it's just the way things are. Like whenever things are stacked in a certain way, I don't have like a control as much to keep them kind of stable. They go up and down, and it all depends on what factors I'm looking at. Like if everything is going well at a time, I get like a high, and then I just kind of run that. You know what I mean? But then if like one or too many things ends up going the opposite direction for whatever reason, something that I'm anxious about, it plummets, and it like my brain goes like doom and gloom with everything, and it just hinders everything. And therefore that is that's the thing. It's like I don't like telling people because then it's like, oh, I'm gonna use this for later to fuck with him because I like seeing him in pain. Because there are people who are like that. Like I like the attention to myself by giving someone else negative attention. Because I'm feeling better now that they're feeling worse. And then unfortunately that is the way a lot of people think because they usually feel worse. So they can feel better than someone else by making their life not seem as bad. That's why there are haters to begin with. Like 90% of them are like that. Some people are just sociopathic, but you know, unfortunately that's the thing. But I feel it's important because I feel like a lot of people in my streams anyway might see something or might experience the effect of me and like this, and so I think it's fair. Like I think people are gonna say shit no matter what I say, so I feel it's better to like share things, with people, with you guys, so you can at least understand what I'm dealing with. Not to excuse, like if I like snap at somebody or something, like not like, yeah, I don't want people to think like I hate them. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people might just say the wrong thing at the wrong time and not mean anything by it, but I'll react a certain way and I'll come off like a total fucking dick. And I can see that, but there are times when I step back later and I realize it. It's not like I know I'm saying it. I know I normally wouldn't say that if I was level-headed, but because I wouldn't be level-headed at that time, it's yeah, it does affect things, and it makes me like basically I take things out on people. So I didn't want to stream on Monday because I was kind of in that weird spot. I definitely wanted to, you know, I wanted to get to that right position, because I knew if I streamed yesterday, I just don't think I would have been in a good way. I feel like I was gonna be, because I had thought, like, I wanted to do this stream. I'm like, man, there's too much to talk about. Like, I can't just go off on a vacation anymore and get a new cat and then have what happened to me on the weekend and all this, and then go back and pretend like, oh, this is the next game we're playing. It just doesn't work that way. There's too much to discuss, and I've always been better if I discuss shit and like about what, you know, obviously being distracted by stuff. Like, if I was playing a game and people are trying to ask me about the trip, there's no way I'd finish any story. There's no way. If anybody asked me about something, I would never be able to finish it properly. I would just fucking get distracted. So yeah, so that's why I figured, I was like, you know what, I did schedule the mute house for today, and then I changed it to tomorrow. I'm like, you know what, I think let's do it. I had the idea, I wasn't gonna do it, and I'm like, no, I feel better if I just do it. So I did that. So yeah, it was important for me to do that, because like I said, I would have been in a situation where, like, I don't know, I just wouldn't have been, it would have been like a bad return. Like, when someone returns, you know, something comes back after a while, you don't want it to be like, you know what I mean, you want it to be fun and exciting. And I understand the irony of that, but me kind of bringing the vibe down a little bit here. But I definitely want to give people an idea of where I sit, and yeah, just what, like, because it sucks. That's why the vacation was so important. You know what I mean? I think the vacation was really important because and why it also is it kind of hurt because it was disappointing in so many ways. It's like, man, I just left stress to go into more stress. And I paid for this stress, so I felt like I lost money. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's like, if you gave me a discount or something, it's like, okay, I didn't get totally, you know, screwed, but I felt like all my shit was like thrown away, you know? So, but I have to be honest with you guys. I'd say my worst period in my life was probably junior high school, 8th grade in particular. That one was brutal. That was a lot of like, well, you know, teenagers are discovering like who they are, and you know, everyone, like, you know, you get bullied and all that shit for being different, or like, I was the chubby kid, so that didn't help. That's why I try to work out as much as I do, try to eat right, because it's ironic, I naturally have a very thin frame, but when I was a kid I didn't. But as an adult, I've never been obese. You know what I mean? It's just not possible. I don't have that frame. So, you know what I mean? But to me, I feel like I always got to, like, work harder, and I got to watch what I'm eating and all that shit. You know what I mean? So, I'd say that was probably the worst time. This is turning weird, and I feel very awkward telling you guys about this. But at the same time, I feel like it needs to happen. Yeah, so, like, it was very, very, like, tough, and there was a point where suicide came up. That came up many times during that era, and I'm trying to remember what it was that prevented that from continuing. I don't recall. I want to say it was, I had, like, my friends were really good at that time. And I know I think my friends were the biggest reason. My brother as well. My brother was very important. Friends, brother, my dog. We'd got a dog at that time. That really helped. And yeah, I remember getting through it eventually. Once I got to high school, things were a lot better. Everyone just, you know, people became better. I found like people were maturing. Everyone was more tolerant. You know, there's a lot of shit like that. But like, it was a very dark moment in my time. And the past few weeks, I'm not gonna lie, they were the closest to that I think I've ever been, which was pretty scary to me. So yeah, that's like I said, I don't want to lie to you guys and be like, you know, I'm always cool and shit, and it's not. Like, I mean, I joke a lot, and that's because I like to make people smile, and it's kind of easier to do that when you're not, you know, to try and make other people smile when you're not. It's kind of like the same thing. Like, I feel like I'm the opposite of, like, if you'll feel bad, I want to bring someone else down. I'm the other way around. I usually try to make someone feel up, but at the same time, I also like to try and make people feel up because it makes me feel good too. So it's either way, like, you ride a wave no matter what, you know what I mean? So, it's just, the vacation was good, but like I said, the irony of it, like, is I always worry about certain things. You know, making sure I'm successful enough to provide for the family. That's always like my number one. And I want to make sure I can do that. And I was like, should I really go on a vacation right now, or should I be smart? Like, with all these plans we have, you know, there's like, you know, I'm a planner. I'm a planner and I'm not. I guess I'm a prepper. I think prepper is more accurate because I like to like be smart with what I need to provide the tools, but when the tools come, I just never do it. I'm like, what do you call it? I'm a bit of a procrastinator with stuff because I worry something's gonna go wrong. That's literally. So that's why I don't like change, you know, like this fucking computer of mine. Like the graphics card fan fucking up. Like that scared me because, I mean, to be fair, I still haven't fixed it. But I did order the fan. But like me worrying like I'm going to make a new range of problems if I fix it. And then, you know, there's even more. And then I fuck up the thing. Oh, now I'm stuck. Now I got to buy a new card or whatever, right? So there's all these, like, whenever a new problem happens, I worry that like, if I do something wrong, because I'm so scatterbrained, it'll create a new strain of issues. And then there's more issues I got to deal with on top of all the other issues I dealt with before. I still have to deal with. So that I just not do them. You know what I mean? I just don't do it. And then I have a big list of shit that I have to do. So when sometimes it's fun, ironic, because like in the past, I've always been the kind of guy who just does shit. Like, I get it done. And I always, like, I know it's important, and I know, like, for example, like when it's time to clean the house, I was always super good at that. And I was like, I was up it. I would always vacuum. I would dust. You know, I would do all the dishes, clean the bathrooms, all that shit. I was really good at it because I hated a dirty space until my ex came along, and she was a bit of a freeloader, and I felt, why am I doing all this? If she doesn't do anything else, she should be doing it. So I kind of stopped doing it. You know what I mean? I still do it, but like that kind of fucked me up a little bit. Like, I'll do it to this house. Like, Mel does most of it, don't get me wrong. So that's just her way. She's like naturally just fucking, you know, just a killer when it comes to that kind of stuff. She's like more OCD in that regard than me, but I definitely beat her in the OCD category, that's for sure. It's just the other way. I can't remember that we were talking about, there's two different types of OCD. There's OCD and there's OCPD, which is, OCPD is like a personality disorder, which is more like, I just like things clean, whereas OCD is like, you can't help it. It's all here. It's like your brain is telling you to do it, and you can't do it unless you scratch the itch, if that makes sense. I have OCD, she has OCPD. So, for example, one thing you guys might think I'm crazy at, for example, I don't like fingerprints. That's fine. I can touch, what's funny is I can touch, like, I don't know, my desk with my fingers like this. Actually, that does bother me. That does bother me a little bit. But if I'm like touching, like, I don't know, my phone, I'm not really worried as much because it's got like edges and shit. You know what I mean? Like I can grab the edge, whatever the case would be. But if I touch like a light switch, you know, like the big square ones, and I leave a fingerprint in there, my brain tells me you have to get rid of that. So I'll come back and I'll literally like either wipe it with my shirt, or I'll use my knuckle to wipe it, because to me the knuckle doesn't have print, so I'll like wipe it flat, or I'll just use my knuckle to turn off the light. It's fucking weird, man. It's just like the bathroom thing. Like, it's nuts. Like, I mean, it's funny because like I literally have been told to have all this stuff, and then I haven't been given any tools to figure it out. It's just like, you have this, or you most likely have that, or whatever the case is. Go out there and be somebody. You know what I mean? Like, this, it's just, there's not many solutions. So when you have all these like different things telling you like that this is a big deal when they're not, that's the thing. I have a lot of things that are like, this is a big deal. Your brain's telling me that it's a big deal, when most people it's not. Oh, believe me, I have been to a couple. I had one that was during COVID. I think I had one that was for a few months. Unfortunately, I don't really consider her to be a proper therapist. I think she was like more like she had experience in like student counseling, so like at a high school or junior high or something. Can't remember what she was in, but she never ever knew. She was more like someone who gave you positive reinforcement, and for someone who has a lot of self-loathing, I find when people are too nice about positive reinforcement, it sounds like they're lying. You know what I mean? So when I get a lot of people telling me like, oh, Dan, that's so good. And in my mind, it's like, for what? I didn't do anything. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? It almost sounds condescending to me, even though that's not what it is. But to me, I'm like, there's no way that, like, that's not good job when it's not meaningful. Like, when what I just did isn't meaningful and people are just, you know, trying to positively influence me, in my head, it sounds like that wasn't worth it. Why are they congratulating you? You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. That's what she would do, is she'd always be like, oh, that's fantastic. It's like, no, it's not. It's not fantastic. That's something that people should be doing, or what I should be doing. You know what I mean? And it never got past that. I'm like, so how do I control these feelings or thoughts or whatever? How do I maintain it? And she's like, oh, when you get there, you'll know, and all this. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's your job to help me with that. You know what I mean? I don't have one at the moment. I had one, what was it, a few months ago. I haven't gone in a while, but I think I need to find a new one on my own. You know, something a little bit different. Like, I gotta find someone who truly understands all those things, because it seems like when I talk to somebody, like if I even when I speak to you guys, I can be very self-aware, and I can definitely seem like I know what I'm talking about, especially like to a stranger, you know, like a therapist. Like, I feel like when you see me on stream, right, that's more of me as a casual, like my personality coming out. But when I'm out in the public, I feel like I don't put on a fake face. I just put on a professional persona. Does that make sense? Like, where I will try and make myself be the version that I think everyone deserves to get. Does that make sense? So, like, I will be extra friendly. My tone will change. Like, when I'm speaking to certain people, my tone will change. I will treat everyone with respect. I will be, you know, I'll wait and, you know, wait my turn and, you know, offer this to someone, hold the door, all this kind of shit. Like, I want people to see I will be, like, kind of almost professional at being nice. Does that make sense? Like, I'm above and beyond with it. So when I speak to a therapist, I still have that on my head. So it almost seems like I got everything figured out. You know what I mean? Like, I actually have it all. But because I'm not emotional in those situations. So I can't really show them, hey, this is actually this shit I'm going on with. What do you think I should do? And it just sounds like I'm figuring it out and I'm making steps every time because I've got that, you know, that thing that I do. So that I think is the most annoying thing, is I haven't been able to find a therapist that can actually, like, get to the root of it and really help me walk through that shit. Because yeah, it's becoming an issue. There was a moment on the weekend. Like I said, we went to Costco. And this is what I'm talking about. Where the person, and this is again why I didn't want to stream Monday. This is one of the reasons that led up to it. I've always portrayed myself as this person, and it's not a fake person. I assure you that is genuinely who I am and who I want to be. But obviously when you're with your boys and you know, your friends, all that shit, it's so much easier to be a little bit different, a little more hair down in a way. That's what I mean. That's how I am with you guys. I get more hair down, more comfortable. You can see all the flaws and all the shit. You know what I mean? But like when we went to Costco, I'm sitting there waiting for someone to back out of a stall, right? Like, they're there. I've been sitting there waiting for them to, they were closing up. They're loading their last groceries. They're closing up their car and they're getting in. I'm sitting there, signal on, ready to rock and roll. And I'm ready to take this spot. Sitting there for minutes, waiting for them to do this. Because I'm like, this shit's packed. You know what I mean? So they pull out, and as they're pulling out, I'm about to drive in. This fucking old woman just decides to drive up and take my shit. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I wasn't letting that happen. So I charged forward and I took my fucking spot back. I was like, I'm not going to hit this woman, obviously, but I'm going to scare the piss out of her. And I felt fine doing that when normally I probably would never have done that. You know what I mean? But I did that. And I'm like, this is my fucking spot. I was waiting. They knew I was waiting. They tried to steal my shit. And it was just coming back after a trip where everyone was being super rude, you know what I mean? And not giving a fuck. So it almost makes you feel like if you can't beat them, join them. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to give up your values as a person just to be nice. And then if people are just going to shit on you and walk all over you anyway, it's like, do I have to do that? Like, the whole thing with the towels and having to literally take a chair with the towels. And then coming home, and I think that was the thing. It's like coming home, I'm like, I'm back home. It's Canada, we're all nice. No, we're fucking not. There's so many people who are not. You know what I mean? Where it's like, man, I'm so tired of being the nice guy and not getting anything for it. So now I gotta become a prick. So it's like, I'm so sick of this. I come off a vacation where everyone's a fucking asshole, like selfish as fuck, and they don't give a fuck about you or your space or anything you do. And you come home like, man, I'm glad to be home where everyone's nice. Well, it's not that. Like, I'm just thinking about it now. I totally forgot to mention the flight there. Like, you've got, like literally, imagine, okay, we're all in this airplane, and they charge more for less space these days, right? And we're all cramped. Anybody who's 5'5" or less is the only ones who are going to be able to stretch out. If you're any taller than that, you're cramped out. I'm not a huge dude. I'm 6 foot, and I am still fucking cramped. My knees are against the chairs. I can't stretch my legs out. You know what I mean? Like, we're all crammed in, okay? We're all in a shit situation. We're all stuck in this thing, and, you know, we got to try and make it work. And instead, you got people, you know, in the airplanes. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, and then you're sitting there. You're sitting in your chair, and they're just like fucking. Oh yeah, tray table. Put the tray table up. Tray table up, 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 down, up, down, down, up, 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 down, up, down, up, down. Like, and oh, I gotta get up to go to the bathroom. Oh, gotta get up. No, I can't seem to get up. I can't get up. Need up. Okay. Sorry, just gonna scooch through. like, that shit drives me nuts. I fucking racked my knee. Ow. Ouch. I think I went too far with that one. Oof. That one was, okay, that's what you get, Dan. That's what you get. Fuck. Bro. Ow, that really fucking hurt. I'm okay, kitty. All the cats are checking. Look, I see Rue and Harley here and they're checking. I'm good. Sorry, guys, did I scare you? I got carried away. See? That's the Dan rants. That's what happens in the moment. That's what I mean. That's what you pay for. Oh, man. No, dead ass, though. I don't know about you guys, but when I get up from my seat in a plane, I don't grab the seat in front of me and pull someone's shit down. The guy behind me did it every fucking time. Reefing on my chair. And the flight home, you get this nasty kid. Every time he coughed, he sounded like he was going to throw up. His fucking tray table, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Kicking the chair, up and down, up and down. And like, no one's telling him to stop. You know what I'm saying? So when you deal with that, you're crammed into this tight space. You're dealing with these clowns. You finally land. Everyone stands the fuck up, trying to cut in front of you. And you're just like, just let me get home. Just let me get home to my people. And then you get home. Everyone's a fucking shithead. Everyone's trying to, like, is, you know, cutting you off or, you know, stealing your space or, you know, and you very rarely run into a circumstance where you feel like you're equally respected. And you get these small, like, moments, you know, where, like, there's someone who's super nice and you just strike up a little conversation with a complete stranger and they're just, if for a second you remember that there are some decent folk out there. So it's funny. Like I said, I went on vacation. I went on vacation to relax, and it really made me more uptight. So me taking those extra days was just a way of, like, getting some fucking sleep, dog. That's pretty much what it was. And even this morning, I woke up, and I was fucking beat, dude. I was so tired, so I'm like, I still have not. And that might have nothing to do with travel at this point, you know? The travel is probably nothing to do with it. Hi, Bubby.
I'm cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, kitty. Sorry about this. Monkey, it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
That's why I love cats so much, man. or just animals in general. They're just so selfless, man. They just want to care for you. All you gotta do is feed them and make sure their shit is in an appropriate place.
Puppy, thank you. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay.
Oh, thanks, baby. It's good, kitty. Maybe that's why I got another one. Oh, man. Alright, Noah, take it easy. Anytime, man. Sorry, I get tired of talking.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Monkey, please. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's chill.
Anyway. Yeah, so what was I saying? I don't even remember. I got distracted with my reenactment of the Battle of Pearl Harbor there. That's what you... I don't think that's what happened in Pearl Harbor. Fuck. The fighter pilots in Pearl Harbor had more space than we did. Anyway. I'm just exhausted, guys. I'm just tired of it. Being online. I'm just so sick of people. You know what I mean? It's like... I love 90% of them. You know what I'm saying? Like 90% of the online folk are like you guys, and I feel like it's easier to talk to you, and I see you in chat, and I can say hi, and I look forward to seeing these people pop up in chat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see all these regulars who come in, and I want it to be very, 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 very clear that I don't speak about everybody when I speak like this. Most of you guys are completely exempt from this, and I look and I see these names pop. I'm like, oh, it's good to see this person, that person, because the thing is, I fucking know who you are, you know what I mean? Like, we know each other. You guys know me, I know you, and if there's people who are coming in, I learn them. But then there's people who I know for the wrong fucking reasons, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, of course you do. So there's all these people, and it's just like, man, I am too old, I'm too stressed out, I have too many fucking mental issues to deal with one more fucking clown that I have no idea who they are. I will never know who they are. They will continue, and the problem is, I have my own mental issues myself, you know what I mean? And I keep saying that. But I do my best to not force that on people. Like, my mental issues aren't your problem, but I don't make you feel bad for my mental shit. But these people do. They try and make you feel bad because of their mental shit. So I just think it's cowardly, and it's like, do you know what I mean? Sorry, I don't know. I don't know if I make any sense, but yeah, I was actually, man, I was close, bro. I'm gonna be honest, 100% honest. I was this close to not coming back at all. This close. If I didn't take that day and I leaned into that feeling, I would have been not coming back to YouTube ever again. I know that sounds dramatic, but that's true. That's how I felt. I'm like, wait, hey, let's relax. We're not there. Let's chill out. We're not there yet. I know I need to make some changes this year. This is the year I'm actually going to make changes. Like, I keep saying that, and I never do it because I'm so afraid of it. It's kind of the same reason why I worked so many years when I did YouTube. I could have left my full-time job like a whole year prior, and I was so worried about the change and what it would bring. And that's the same deal here. I know I need to make a change this year. 100%. Like 100%. I can't keep saying I'm making changes and I don't want to make all these videos. I'm not the kind of person who just makes videos for attention and it's just like, just get me views from me spilling out my shit to you. No, this is legit like shit I need to make, and I'm just so stuck. I change gives me anxiety and it scares me, not because I'm afraid to make the action of changing, but it's like, what negative repercussions will happen if I change? It's the devil you know. Better to know the devil you know than the devil you don't, right? That's my mentality with everything. It's like, I'd rather just weather whatever storm I've got and, you know, like, then start something else, and it could be perfect. Everything could work perfectly and be exactly what I need. Or it could go the complete opposite and completely fuck everything up I've ever built. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's my thing. I guess I'm just a little bit nervous about where it's going to go. So I know for a fact, this year, depending how the months go, we'll see. I am keeping eyes out for things I want to do, because your boy's got to get out of this office, man. I've got to get out and do other things. It doesn't mean I'm like cold turkeying it, switching over. It just means I'm gonna share my time with another thing. That I think for sure. Because like think about it, there's been so many times where I haven't known what to do, like in stream. Like it's like, man, I'm struggling to figure out what to fucking play, and I'm just playing something. It's like, I mean, there's time between releases. Like it's like that's the perfect time to maybe do something else. And then when a release comes out, do that for a few days. Then, you know, do something else. New release comes out, do that. You know what I mean? So instead of just doing something every day just for the sake of doing it every day, maybe just time things a little bit closer. That it, you know, that it makes more sense. So, because as Buddy said before, I'm apparently living a very sad existence doing what I'm doing. And I'm not saying that that comment is like what I base my whole thought process on. It's not one person that does that, but it makes me wonder if like that's what I'm coming back to. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the kind of shit I gotta come back to? Fuck, man. I was looking forward to coming back, and then I see that. I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't want to see that shit anymore. So. Anyway, Scott, what's up, man? Thank you for 36 months. Actually, 36 months. That means you just hit your pink diamond, if I remember correctly. Yes. So congrats on the pink diamond, my friend. Welcome to the club. Anyway, so, yeah. As I was saying, that's kind of the current situation with that. I do want to make some plans. The wife is now... the wife is now got a new line of work. And it's something that... Well, basically, she's a wedding planner now. She worked in... She's been in banking for over a decade. And she's changing her career. And I think... It's like the perfect fit for her. Like she is in a place where this has been her calling. And I think, while I feel this has been my calling, I think that could be, I could branch out and use the skills I've learned from YouTube and take them into the real world and, you know, maybe join her. Not necessarily planning weddings, but you know, doing stuff on that kind of side, like making content for them or something, you know, or just being a grunt, just, you know, hauling around shit, setting shit up. I don't care. I love doing physical shit. I'd rather be like physical than sedentary. I cannot stand, like, it's ironic because that's what I do, right? I sit here, but I am actually a very heavy fidgeter. Like right now, my leg is a bouncing away. I need to be moving. So I'm actually very into fitness and just being active. So, I mean, obviously I could be way more. But the thing is, you can't say you're into fitness and people are like, oh, you look like a fucking wet noodle, bitch. It's like, okay. No, that's what I mean. You can't say anything online. It's like not enough for anybody. That's the thing. I'm sick of not being enough for everybody. Everyone is like, it's not enough. There's always a problem. So, not enough. And it's all these people that they act like you have to impress them. It's like, man, why do I have to impress you? You came to me. I don't have to do anything to you. I'm not going to change for you. So, yeah. So there you have it. That's kind of me in a nutshell right now. And yeah, I did not want to... I didn't want to burden anybody with it, but like, you know, I don't think it's a burden if like I'd rather tell you than feel like it's a burden than not tell you and lash out at people. You know what I mean? So yeah. No, that's 100%. Exactly. That's very well put, Chico, for sure. You can say something and it's, yeah, there's always something else that's a problem. It's like, but does that mean you're this? I've had that happen a lot. Like, you can say, I prefer to this. It's like, so you hate it then. It's like, why is everyone looking for negativity? Lash out on ore. That's so funny. I should never feel happy about lashing out on people, but I do. You know what part scares me? Is when if you guys have ever heard me say something like, I don't know, whatever I don't know what kind of shit I would have said. Like, I hope something bad happens to you, or if you were to die, no one would give a fuck. No wonder your dad left you. You know, I'm sure I've said shit like that. You know what's crazy? Is I've meant it and I never felt bad about it. That's not where I want to be. But that's being honest. I literally, like, if you're in that much of a position where you can say that shit to me or my viewers or whatever, and why should anybody give a fuck about what you're going through? If you're going through something, which they probably are, because like I said, happy people don't lash out at other people, or happy people don't shit on other people. So no, that is 100% it, Fox. I feel like people, that's true. But the thing is, I don't really know what else. People used to watch me for anything. Like, I could literally put out whatever content I wanted. Some of my most viewed content many years ago was not necessarily new shit. It was actually like the older stuff. Like when you think about it, when I would play KOTOR, or, you know, some of the other old Star Wars games, or even Bully did quite well, or Fallout wasn't new. I don't know what it is, but I, like, at the point, it's like, because I switched to streaming, I don't know if switching to streaming was a good idea. I mean, at the time, it's what I needed, and I feel like I still feel like it's something that I wanted to do and needed to do. But yeah, there's definitely a detachment from the audience now, I think. I think the stream doesn't, because the problem is you have to pretend like everyone's stupid and doesn't know how to use features. Like, for example, everyone's like, who's going to sit there and watch a 5-hour stream or a 5-hour video? I'm like, nobody. But you don't necessarily binge a whole series, like a whole, you know, season of a show in one sitting. You know, you come back to it. And with YouTube, I put in chapters, and it's one video because it's easy to find, or one or two videos because it's easy to remember where you left off. Well, I know I was on part 1, or I know I was on part 2, and I put chapters in the description, so literally you can use the slider to pick up where you left off, and YouTube remembers where you left off. But people still criticize it and be like, oh man, you're just lazy. Instead of posting 14,000 videos, you know, it was so much easier to record gameplay back then. Like, some days I would only, like, record, like, 4 hours and edit for, like, 2. Or record for 3 hours and edit for 1 or something. And that would I'd have enough content for a fucking week. You know what I mean? Like, and I would continue, well, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't just take days off. I would keep working, but, you know what I mean? Oh, that's where you're wrong, Brett. Because I actually have all my chapters written down. They get added post-stream. They can't get added live because they're... But you just watch. I'm adding chapters right after this. I don't know. The thing is, I don't think it's a good idea to in my experience, it's not a good idea to change themes of a channel. You know? Like, if you're a gaming channel, the algorithm works a certain way. So if you're a gaming channel and you start doing, like, I don't know, food content or something, it's not going to line up that well. It just doesn't. Or you do vlogs. But that's the problem too. It's the problem with my shit is, like, the algorithm has changed over the years. And the algorithm no longer, well, there's a couple of things. I think the algorithm was a major turning point for a lot of creators. And I think a lot of us didn't capitalize on it. I was one of the people who did not capitalize on that very well. I should have modified my content for the algorithm, and it didn't really, I didn't modify it correctly, and that kind of bit me in the ass. So there was a bit of that, there's a bit of the algorithm and not being able to figure it out and utilize what worked before. It doesn't work anymore. But here's the thing, a lot of people come back and tell me, Dan, I grew up watching you. Let me ask you this, how many things as a teenager or an adult that you watch to this day strictly out of, yes, I want to keep watching it, and not for nostalgia? Because I can't tell you how many of these kids who've grown up and are now, like, in their 20s or whatever, and they're like, oh, I used to watch him all the time when I was 10, when I was 11. Dude, I don't watch the shit I watched when I was 10 or 11 anymore. You know what I mean? So if I'm a part of someone's childhood, that's where I'll stay. So eventually, when your audience grows up and grows out, so to speak, The new youth, the new kids are into something else completely, and you're basically like restarting. So you're like, I gathered, like, I feel like my audience now is not young. I feel like my audience is like my age, you know, mid 20s to all the way up to 60s. Like, it's like we're an adult audience now. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like because of that, I didn't have a new generation come in. It's more like the chill, laid back folk who want something a little bit different. But that's not what's popular right now. This, what we did, what I do was so fucking popular in the 2010s. It's crazy. So popular. You know? But this kind of genre, it's all short form video now. Like, it's all short attention span based. You know? Yeah, as I feel like, you know, there's exceptions to the rule, of course. You know, some people literally have been watching me since the dawn of time. And they continue to watch just about every video or stream I put out. Yeah, give away a Mexican vacation. Like, I can afford that. Yeah. I mean, that's what you know what was interesting? I'll say this right now. I think Facebook came at the best and worst time. When I signed with Facebook, I saw numbers going down on YouTube. They were still doing okay, but they were definitely dropping. And Facebook was like a way of revitalizing the channel. You know, they had all these tools like, we're going to help brand you. And I'm like, well, maybe it's time to rebrand as this new thing. You know, streaming is so big. Let's brand as a streamer and, you know, maybe do something that everyone else is doing, because you have to change with the times. So they gave you all the tools. They gave you promotion. They gave you money to do what you needed to do. And they pulled the rug out. They literally pulled the rug out because they bit off more than they could chew. They didn't know what they were getting into, and they didn't know how the process works. Whoopsies. So, and they just fucking left everyone high and dry while we were trying to rebrand ourselves. So what happened? We all left our old audiences, went somewhere else. I didn't really leave mine. I just kind of hiatused it, and I just upgraded in the background, or uploaded in the background, I mean. And yeah, and I brought this new branded thing to YouTube. It just didn't work that way. So it's just bad timing, I think. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube became less. That's true. YouTube did become less about like personalized, and it's more corporate now. It's just corporate. It's when corporations come in. Don't get me wrong. Corporations can be good in the sense that like big money. Excuse me. Big money lets you have more features and more ways of earning money, but I don't feel like, I mean, fan funding is really important, but I don't think it should be only on the fans to like fund. Like, you should not be in a situation where your channel is like kept afloat by fan funding. I'm not saying I'm there, but like fan funding does make a significant difference compared to not having it. So them introducing a fan funding feature like super chats and memberships and all that, it does keep things going for people. But the fact that YouTube takes such a huge cut really does blow. Like, you know, they take such a huge cut, and a lot of people are turned off by that. They're like, well, I don't want to give like 100% of something just for the creator to get 70% of it. Like, why should YouTube take 30%? 10% is more reasonable, I think. I mean, if it's super chats, I think creators should get 100% of super chats. Memberships, 10%. I get memberships because there's a lot of shit that it costs to keep that going. But like, just give them money. Like, it's like, just, I mean, it's all through. Even if you did 10% on both, I think just 30 is just way too much. Because we'd all, so if you gave me $100, I'd get 70 of that. If you look at it that way. Because some people are like, I don't really want to give money on here because I know he's not getting it all. I'd rather send him a PayPal or something. You know what I mean? My only concern with Patreon or something like that is I wouldn't know what to give, and I feel like the value wouldn't be there. Like, I wouldn't be able to give somebody worth what they're paying me. Does that make sense? Like, I'd worry I wouldn't be able to give you that. Hey, Walrus, thanks for 40 months, bro. Unfortunately, I go into it in quite the detail during the stream. I spoke on the vacation for like 2 hours, I think, actually. Ooh. And yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, long story short, it was nice to get away. Weather was good. Food was pretty good. But there was a lot of negative things about it. The resort wasn't that good overall. People were rude. You know. But that's just it. Like, that scares me, rebranding completely. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Like, you know, when you get into, like, a routine for so long, like, you know how to do this. This is how you know how to do. I mean, to be fair, I guess I did change my content up with a, when I started streaming. It was different. But honestly, streaming actually put more stress on it because my need to, like, finish games in one stream, going back to that OCD or autism or whatever it is, that's causing me to need to do that. I didn't always have that. Like, I felt like what I used to do is I used to record videos. Like, when I was in my, like, early 20s, I used to just record videos. And I'd record for, like, say, 2 hours. And I would take those 2 hours and I go, okay, well, I want 30-minute videos. So that's 30-minute, 30-minute, 30-minute. I just cut it. I wouldn't care where it was. Cut it, cut, 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 cut. I would never do that now. So it's like maturity, like, made it, like, I required more shit. If that makes sense. Oh, God. I don't think, honestly, you know what's funny? I actually went into schooling thinking I wanted to do game development. And I started doing it, and I'm like, this ain't me. I could not make game. Like, coding and programming and all that, it's not my niche. I look at myself as more of a personality. I've always looked at myself as that. Sometimes, like, a loud personality. But I'm not, I don't have it as much up here, like, intelligently. Certain things I'm good at. Certain things I'm very good at. But I did not have the ability to make a game. There's no way. Oh, God, yeah. Just become Dude Down 1000 again. And just become a complete personality of something from, like, the 90s and 2000s. Just, like, the guy who could not get over the 90s and 2000s. He's just stuck in them. Podcast. Yeah, that's, easier said than done, too. I don't know. Because the thing is, I'm at a stage in my life where I can't really afford to experiment. You know? So it's like, if you experiment too much, you could just be wasting your time. But at the same time, it's like, if what your current shit is doing isn't cutting it either, then what's the harm? But the dolphin jizz. And we'll just have Alani front and center. And they'll make my own flavor. Dolphin jizz. Except it's got like 40 grams of protein. Just a little bit extra instead of the 30. So Alani, hey, I'm literally name dropping you. By the way, do you remember how I said, like, Alani, like these protein shakes that I get, they've been discontinued? It's because they were redoing the formula. They used to have 24 grams of protein. Now they got 30. Mind you, out of all the flavors, this is the one I like the least, second least. And this is the first one they brought back. But if they bring the other two back, they have a cookies and cream one and a fruity cereal one. Bro, I am on fucking board. Seriously. And by the way, their energy drinks are fucking top notch. I'm not even paid to say this. Their shit's really good. Like, this stuff is really low in sugar and fat, but it's got good protein. Like most are like really high. Very low. And same with their energy drinks. Very low on everything else. No sugar in it. Low calorie. Like 10 calories in it. Anyway. It's good. I'm all about it. No. Wait, what drink did I say was sour? I don't remember saying drink was sour. Nah. No, Dev. No one's contacted me about voice acting. I feel like that'd be really fun to do. I feel like that would be a cool fit for me. I can do certain variety of voices, and I hear like some of the voice acting we hear in these indie games, and they're so fucking bad. And it's one thing if, like, the guy making the game is doing his own voice acting. That's one thing. But it's not. They're sourcing out people to do it, and they're terrible. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No. it was. So this is what happened. This was that brand, the same brand. It was a protein shake, but it was the flavor I don't like. That was worse than this one. This isn't a bad flavor. I don't want to say that. It's just if you like strawberry milk, you'll like this flavor. If you like fucking love strawberry milk, like you just like, you know, into the strawberry milk, you'll fucking love this flavor because that's what it tastes like. I'm not a huge fan of strawberry milk, but it's the more you drink this, the more you like. Okay, I think I like it, but you don't love it. They have another flavor. It was called something bits, snacks and something. It basically was a mix of flavor. It was like a salt and sweet, salty sweet mixture. So it was like pretzel, chocolate, waffle, or something like that. I can't remember. It's a bunch of like bits and bipes. I can't remember what they call that shit. That one I didn't love, but turns out I went to grab one and I opened it. I wasn't thinking anything of it. You know how when you open these things, there's like a firm, like, you know what I mean? Like when you open, you can just twist it when it's been opened. But when you break the seal, there's like a, you know what I mean? That feeling, I didn't notice it didn't have it. So I'm just like, you know, and turns out, it was my sister-in-law's fault. She took one, took a sip, didn't like it, and put it back in our fridge and didn't say anything. So meanwhile, that thing sat there for like a week, opened. So, and it was full. Like, I mean, it wasn't like it was down to here. It was literally full. So it was one sip. So I'm like, why would you not just take it? Just drink it. You know? Or tell somebody. So I drank it and it tasted like sour ass fucking milk. Because it was bad. It was open. I mean, if it was sealed, it would have still tasted fine. So that's what happened with that. I know, I was hurt. I was hurt as fuck, man. I was like, what the fuck? And I remember talking to Mel and I was just like, wait, why was this? I had one, it was fucking disgusting. What happened? And she's like, oh, I think Katie tried one and didn't like it. You could have said something. I would have still drank it. I would have drank it sooner. Like, I don't really care. Like, honestly, like, when it comes to family, I don't really give a fuck. Like, we can all just share a cup. Okay, not really, but you know what I mean, within reason. Like, if something falls on the floor in my house, in my house, because I trust my house. You know what I mean? Depending on what it is. 5-second rule, big players. It's a real thing. But if I dropped it on the floor in, like, the public area, fuck that. No thanks. Yeah, well. It's kind of ironic that I tell you guys about how, like, clean I need to be and stuff, and I'm okay with, well, to be fair, like, the wife and everything. The wife, you always share. You pretty much share saliva anyway. Well, you do. So, you share saliva. Might as well have a sip of each other's drinks. That's the way it goes. Anyway, all right, I'm pretty talked out, so I don't know if there's anything else I need to discuss. Is there any questions or concerns that any of you guys have before I break off? Because I think I will call it roughly there. If there's anything you guys want to know or you're concerned about, now's your time, and I will address it. In the meantime, the plan this week, if you missed it, tomorrow we're going to be playing sorry, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Jesus, that happens too much. So yeah, for the rest of the week, like I said, we're going to be doing the Mute House tomorrow. And we're going to try Avowed. We're going to try Avowed on Thursday and Friday. It's not really a game I was looking at, but there's no sense in not trying it. So I'll give it a try, see if I like it. If I don't like it, I won't play it. So that's kind of the plan for the week. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. We'll see. I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited for March though, because I think March is gonna have some good shit. I'm excited for the games coming out in March. March seems to be a pretty clutch time of the year because it's always WWE, it's always MLB, and there's always some other shit that releases in March. There's a lot of stuff, so there's consistent stuff. It's funny because my best time of the year used to be fourth quarter. Now it's like March, April. Nowadays. So Anyway. Oh, did you? Let me look. It's just the topic. Honestly, I'm always one who prefers a surprise. So if you're sending me a game, leave it in there. Because I like to open presents. Like Christmas morning, everyone's like, you know how there was always those people who like, all those people who like, you know, sneak through and they get like they want to open their presents early, or they want to like shake it and find out what it is. I respect the sanctity of the surprise. I always respect the sanctity of the surprise, and I will never do that. So. Oh, it's gonna have college. So you're gonna start in college then? That'll be pretty cool. And then move your way up the minors and eventually the majors. I like when they do that. And I saw WWE gameplay as well. The WWE gameplay is actually looking pretty cool. Like they've added a few new areas and things. You know, like there's like some features in it that look pretty cool. So we'll see how that goes. At least with 2K. Sorry, I'm listening to music at the same time. I'm assuming that like 2K with it, like with their development cycle, they pretty much copy. They kind of perform like an EA Sports kind of a thing from year to year until eventually they just change it. You know what I mean? So they do eventually change it like every 4 to 5 years. Like I will say WWE 2K has changed dramatically over the years. Like NHL, no, it hasn't. You know, Madden, it has not. It's all the same shit. So I was thinking this year I might, if I'm doing MLB, well, I am doing MLB. In MLB, I was thinking about doing a two-way player. Because the last few years, what did I do? I did a center outfielder last year, shortstop the year before, and first baseman the year before that. Right? Yeah, this will be my fourth How has it already been 4 years? This will be my fourth time doing MLB. That's fucking crazy. That is wild to me. Like, time goes by so fast, guys. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. So, anyway. I was thinking two-way player, like pitcher and hitters. Because I always love hitting, too. But playing the field is fun. Like, playing in the field, it can be cool. It's got some cool features to it. So, anyway. Alright, well, I think with that, I think we're good. Oh, yeah, PGA 2K is coming out as well. I forgot about that. They always skip years, though. Right? So, like, they don't have one. They won't have one next year, and they'll have one year after that. Oh, yeah. I always like to get drafted by different teams, though. So, anyway, like I said, we'll be back tomorrow with the Mute House. And, yeah. That is pretty much where we're going from there. I'm hoping Avowed will be okay. Again, the fantasy style really isn't my thing too much. It depends how how it is. But maybe I'll be getting something cool. Maybe it'll be cool. It might be fun. I don't know. I really don't know. Like I said, we'll play and try it. Mute, not nude. The mute, like no talking. Hit mute. The nude house is when you download the wrong game off of Pirate Bay. You gotta type right. Get the wrong shit. Alright. Well, anyway, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I know this stream has gone kind of all over the map. Obviously, there's like positive talk. You know, let's see. Let's just run. We talked about upcoming games, the whole vacation, some just random bullshit. The cat came in. And ultimately, we did, like, the whole mental issue discussion. It always seems it ends like that. Oh, I've got them written. Don't worry. I've got them. When I started on a new topic, I typed the thing down. I'm ready. Don't worry about that. So, anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. It's good to be back. I know it's been a little uphill battle, but it's always fun to interact with you guys. And once I'm back into the swing of things again, I think we'll find our what do you call it? You know, find our thing. We'll get our bearings again. And we'll be back in the swing of it. And like once March hits, and even next week we got some shit, I think we'll have some good time. And I'm sure we'll do some good shit. And honestly, like I said, I think the best thing for me at the moment, do some other stuff on the side, honestly, just so I can miss the game, or sorry, miss streams a little bit. Not like cut it out, but I think there's such a thing as overdoing it. And I think I'm overdoing it and underperforming it. So I think with that in mind, I think getting out into the world, if you will, and just doing other stuff on the side, I think that'll really be a good thing for me. Because, I mean, I did do that 2 years ago in 2023. And that was nice to have. I had a side gig for that year. But it fell apart at the start of the year last year. So we haven't been doing anything on the side. So I did enjoy doing stuff on the side. So I think that's what I need to do, is try and find some side shit, side hustles, you know, to get me out there, do other types of jobs, random stuff. And yeah, still rep this, but just diversify. I think that'll be best for me. So anyway, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And again, thank you for hanging out with me today. Well, I'm not going to bother doing my outro. You guys know the drill by this point, I'm sure. I'm sure you know where to follow me. You know where to get merch. You know where to join the membership program. You know where to send me shit at this stage. And we'll get back into our regular scripts. I wonder if I even remember my scripts. I'm sure I do. We'll get back into that tomorrow. All right, guys. Thanks again. We'll catch you tomorrow. Hopefully we see you then. Have a great one, y'all. Take care. Peace.